Hello, everyone, and welcome back to my channel. This is Lady Freedom here, coming at you with another raw narrative. And it's very good to be here with you guys. I'm sorry to get on earlier. I did end up crashing and falling asleep, but I ended up getting the news that they did find Javeayah's partial remains out at Stumpy Pond, and it appears that they did spread her remains around. So I'm going to get you guys that update while you guys are coming in. And then there's some more news coverage from our favorite, or one of our favorites, right? Yes, we play favorites over here. No, I'm just kidding. But we have been, um, keeping everything together from News Channel 12. So we're going to go over to News Channel 12 after this. But I want to show you guys this um, to get the full context of and weight of what we're talking about today. So, welcome in, Dragon Tribe. Please put pink hearts in the chat for Javeayah. Little Javeayah Harris has been found. Some of her remains have been located.
Good morning. I'm Marty Sawyer, and I'm the sheriff in Aiken County. Thank you for being here today, especially the citizens of Aiken that's come in. Thank you for being here. And I'm here to provide an update on the investigation where we've been investigating the death of 4-year-old Javeayah Harris. These updates never get easier to share. This past week has been heart-wrenching for everyone, but we've seen an outpouring of support in Aiken County and a massive joint law enforcement effort to search for and now to seek justice for Javeayah Harris. Personally, there's some very harsh words that I would like to use about Javeayah and Michaela and their actions. But I will not do that. And I will not do that to protect and maintain the integrity of this case. But I will tell you this. I will not refer to them as mom and dad or mother or father. They don't deserve that title.
No, they absolutely do not deserve that title. And for fair use only is the reason why I'm coming in and even interrupting this man. But he's absolutely right. Um, I call her a momster. I call her, husband, boyfriend, baby daddy. I call him the Pollyanna Papa, right? Because if it really went down the way they say it went down, which maybe some of that confession is true because they did end up finding some of her remains. Just awful. Hey, Lisa B, always good to see you, sweetheart. It is horrific. It is horrific. And thank you, Sandy, for being here. It's absolutely awful the way that this little girl has been found. And I didn't know if they had picked up some evidence at the house. Let me get our pink on. Sorry about that. Forgot to get our pink on today. Um, I don't know, because of those barrels, but it looks like they went to, as he's saying here, great lengths to cover up what they have done. And again, I don't know. I heard the mom is, absolutely mean, right? Like people were saying she's run people off their property for hanging out. Sometimes that shit does get old as a woman, and then you're pregnant on top of it. You're like, people can't just be chilling and drinking Mad Dogs. So I get that part of it. But again, I've heard that she is very uh, angry. And when you have a lot of anger and rage, things like this are about to, are bound to spill out. Um, so, yeah, I know Athena's was so awful, Sandy. You know, um, Sandy, I know, and that is one of the silver linings, that she's not having to endure this anymore. Hello, Sharon Marlowe. Yeah, she doesn't have to endure this anymore. What she was going through, guys. There's pictures. I know. One of the other creators was saying that possibly one of them might be AI, or is this AI? I zoomed in. I looked very closely at that. I examined that photo, and I will tell you, I don't know who, and I don't have the metadata or the source for that photo, but I believe that photo is true. I believe that the one with her that they initially gave, and it looked like she was in a screenshot on someone's phone. Those sick fucks decided to put that as a wallpaper when she's got a black eye, and they killed her due to blows to the head, and they have that picture on their phone of her with a black eye. Let that sink in. If you don't think they're both monsters, I don't know what to tell you. And we've tread very, very lightly, and that's mostly because I do want to facilitate good relationships with the families initially to help, right? But there's glaring facts in this case. So anyone who's completely blaming, Pollyanna Papa, or completely blaming Momster, I'm here to tell you, I put Momster over her head and Monster over his, and I stand by that. They're both monsters, and this is the proof that we have that we can say that they've been arrested. They've been charged. Their charges have been trumped up now because more developments have happened. We know the fake, she fake reported. We know what she told the 911 operator. Just completely awful. Mm. Sandy, it reminds me so much of Adam Montgomery and Kayla Montgomery's actions. One person allowed for it and sat there and let that little girl take it instead of getting in front of that shit, because it'll be a cold day in hell when somebody's allowed to beat on a little child and I'm right there, right? I mean, at that moment I don't have fear for myself, and I get it. You can't protect the little one if you're not there, but to allow for them to get beat and beat and beat and beat and beat and beat until, oh, I think I really hurt her this time. Dummy. Dummy. And then she just allows for it. I was scared. Okay, of course you were scared. Nobody's gonna fucking argue with that. No one says that you weren't scared. Of course you were. You're probably terrified. But I am not giving this man a pass. I will not. I don't give her a pass. I'm not giving him a pass. Absolutely not. No, no way in hell. Right, Sandy? I mean, just no way. That woman, momster, doesn't deserve her children. And they were going to have okay, so she had another baby. Thank God that little baby is safe somewhere. I'm hoping and praying that everything is fine. All is well. But that poor little baby, just a brand spanking new to this world, teeny tiny little life that they brought into the world. The night that they reported her missing, she goes into labor. So June 30th, 2026, Javeayah Harris was reported missing by her mother on a 911 call. Later that night, her mother gives birth to her baby sister, who there's videos, and I've played them here, and she was excited about that little baby. And she said, baby. That's how she's called it, baby. That's how she called her sister, baby. That's so sad, guys. It just breaks my heart. And they don't deserve kids. And, it's got to be so hard to not add your opinions in. This is another reason right here. I can't be a cop, right? Because he's got to get up there professional. But look, he's rocking that pink tie. He looks so good. Little ribbon for beautiful little Javeayah on his lapel here. And hello, how you doing? How you doing? Uh The mother of a child is the last line of defense for every child, in my opinion. I believe that too, and I think that for step parents too, Lisa, because you're the other adult, right? If the kids want something, right? Oh, I can I have a cookie? Right? They go to the adults. You're like the authority over them. You're in the position of trust. You're in the one that should be taking good care of them, right? I mean, there's no excuse. And again, we have the hotline as well. Um, I was supposed to do an early live, so I didn't get it. But let me get that hotline. Because it's very important, and I'll drop the link in the chat as well. Childhelphotline.org. This is a place that people can go for resources. This is a place that people can go if you're witnessing, if you're enduring, if you think you saw something. They will walk you through how to help the situation. And it has to happen. It has to happen because these kids cannot continue to have to live this way. Uh, oh, there we go. That's my issue. I gotta try to grab that phone number, but it's 1-800-422-4453, and you can call, you can text. I could chat with them right this instant. All I have to do is click the little chat bubbles on the bottom right hand of the screen, and I'm talking to people. As I just saw someone hit their child. What should I do? Right. And then sometimes, people don't know what to do. It's not your fault if you don't know what to do. I want to tell that to everybody. That goes for parents, that goes for teenagers, that goes for little kids. Really, no little kids should be watching my show. But that goes for everybody. It's not your fault if you don't know what to do, but you could do better once you know. If you don't know, you can't, right? Then you're ill-equipped. You don't understand what to do. It's terrible. Like I said, I would probably, you guys would see me on the news, Florida lady, right? Because I'm not going to allow for somebody to beat on their kid in front of them. I might lose my shit. My cheese might fall off of my cracker. So, yeah. But again, we can't allow for it. you know um the teachers out there, if you're seeing bruising, I mean, you can tell when someone's been grabbed and someone leaves a mark on them. You can tell because it looks like somebody grabbed them and squeezed, right? There's certain ways that you could tell and identify that kind of stuff. Awareness is the biggest thing, knowing what to do next. It's not okay to hit anybody in the grocery store or otherwise, or your neighbor or whoever, unless it's a self-defense kind of a situation where the kid's getting hurt so bad that you're afraid. But 911 is always right there. 911 send, and somebody's on their way, and maybe that little kid could sleep that night without getting beat the hell up. I mean, this is how bad it is. This is how bad it is that kids are just, I mean, beat about the head so badly that they died by an adult. Michelle, I call her Michelle. Michelle, momster, right? She doesn't know when to stop. She didn't know when to stop. She continued to beat that little girl, and she would take pictures of it and post it. That's the picture that she gave law enforcement to go find her and put on the flyer, in my opinion. Should she be ashamed? Hell yes, she should be ashamed. Is she ashamed? I don't think so. I think she's a cold-hearted bitch.
I stand before you saying this is one of the most difficult, deeply disturbing, and emotionally taxing investigations this office has ever worked, and it's weighed heavily on this sheriff's office, all these other law enforcement agencies, all these people behind me that's worked tirelessly to bring this to an end, and it's weighed heavily on our community. I am truly sickened to share what this investigation has uncovered. From the moment Javeayah was reported missing, the Sheriff's Office, as well as our law enforcement partners and first responders, we responded with urgency, determination, and compassion. What started as an exhaustive and complex search quickly grew to something that I would have never imagined. Now understand, I cannot discuss all the details We should have stopped the train. Understand that I cannot discuss all the specific details in this case. But at this time, I can share that a few human remains were recovered in an area known as Cedar Creek Reservoir, also known as Stumpy Pond in Fairfield County. These remains were immediately sent to the State Law Enforcement Division, and through analysis, the DNA of the remains are consistent with being the biological offspring of Javeayah and Michela.
All right, so they have sent for DNA testing the partial remains that they were able to recover, and it's a match, right? And in the confession, they said, and again, it's tying back to Momster as the main perpetrator or the one that put her where she put her, but they both did it together. He can alleviate responsibility as much as he wants, but at the end of the day, this was a joint effort. When she comes back from doing this disgusting and awful deed, or deeds, plural, what is he doing? Is he there with food? Hey, got you some McDonald's. Oh, hey, I'm fixing steaks for dinner tonight. Are you kidding me? No. No. They both did this. They both did this. But it does connect directly, right? We're connecting the dots here. And she told the police that she put her there in Fairfield. They were looking near Stumpy Pond. I'll never forget Stumpy Pond because I thought, the hell is Stumpy Pond? Well, it's a pond that has a lot of debris, a lot of stumps, right? It's very treacherous. And this is where I was like, we need the otter, right? For him to get down in there and stuff, because that's where they that's where they live. They know those areas, right? In the rivers, in the lakes. They put her in that disgusting, dirty, treacherous place because they thought that they were so smart and nobody was going to find her. Well, guess what? You guys fucked up on the 911 call. You guys really screwed the pooch when it came to the interview. And when you promise a news anchor that you're going to go face-to-face interview with them, I'm not a news anchor, but I could tell you if somebody backed out of an interview with me and I'm just a regular ass person on YouTube, I would be side-eyeing them so hard I'd be calling law enforcement immediately. Immediately. Is it evidence? No, but I want to make a report of them flaking out on me, because there should be no good reason why you don't want to get your ass in front of a camera so that you can tell everybody that your child is missing. Help me find my child. You know? Unbelievable. Do we even really know how long Javeayah had been deceased or missing? No, we don't, Lisa. We really don't. Um, they're saying in the paperwork, the police paperwork, the reports are saying from May 1st to June 30th. So somewhere between that time frame. So at least a month, right? Yeah, and then law enforcement came out and said at least a month. Um, I mean, so Momster knew the family would be asking questions when the new baby was born. So she had to report the child missing allegedly, in my opinion. And Lisa, a lot of people think that way. I'm not completely decided on that, but it does appear that that would be one reason why they did tell when they did. Like they were down to the wire, right? She's like, I'm 39 weeks pregnant, so she's 39 weeks pregnant, and any day now she's going to pop. And then there's also pictures of her, out there that are showing her and people asking her when when's the baby coming? When's the baby coming? Right? So that pressure is going to keep building and building and building. And the more people think, the more that they plan and wait and all this, oh, yeah, we're going to get away with this. No, you're not, because that pressure is building on you and that conscience is wearing on you. Even if you think you don't have one or we can't see it, people have a conscience, in my opinion, and it wears on them and wears on them and wears on them. They may hide it, they may tell it to shut up. It reminds me of the old cartoons where you have the devil on one shoulder and the angel on the other. you know, they might tell the angel, "Shut up! I'm not going to do the right thing." You know, but it's going to wear on you because you are getting questioned by people that you love and care about. It's got to be the most. It's got to be the hardest thing to keep a secret. But again, we have to remember self-preservation mode has kicked in. Hello, Holly. Good to see you. You know, it's kicked in. And it's like, now I have to survive. Right. So, especially with these cold ass people, how do you do that to your child, but then turn her to that? I know. I mean, and they had to have broken her down. So, there's going to be a lot of information to come. And I believe that there's going to be a lot of information that is going to help us understand things more, but it's going to be so terrible. Love, mama, love. It's good to see you. Yeah, it's going to be terrible to watch this unfold now, because now we know about what happened, but then again, now they're going to go to a trial. Um, Although I haven't heard anything about a deal, them cutting a deal or anything, because they did end up finding partial remains, and it appears that that's all they would be able to find because of what they did to dispose of her body. So again, there's some trumped up charges that they're going to end up getting on this, and those are going to be explained as well, or we're going to find out what they are. um, I can't, Holly. The thing is that kids are so precious, and they're just like, they're little. They can't defend themselves. I mean, in this, the child abuse stuff is really got to stop. It has to stop. We can't continue to be like, it's okay to hit the kids, right? Like, that's not an answer. That's like the dumbest, most archaic. What do they call those? Caveman dumbass. Oh, hit them. Okay, you dummy. Well, that took no brain power, right? So you have to be smarter than a fifth grader, and you can't just beat the hell out of your kids because you don't like what they're doing. Do you want to beat the hell out of them sometimes? Yeah, sure. But you shouldn't do it, because you have to exercise restraint and teach them and show them that that's not what they do. But beating them and continuing this crap, what did she think was going to happen? What did this momster think was going to happen if she continued to beat this child? What do you think is going to happen, dummy? You're going to end up hurting her. She's little. She's petite. She can't defend herself. You're her mom. You're in a position of power, in a position of trust. With great power comes great responsibility. Yet you're sitting here squandering it. I mean, Holly, I said the same thing out loud. I really did today when I was watching this. I'm like, what were they going to do to the other baby? But I think they were down to the wire. I think that could be a very good reason why they did it when they did, because it took them quite a while. And I'm guessing it's got to be sometime maybe even in May more so than June. I think that they did this, and then because not many people were hearing from her after May. Now we still haven't confirmed when the last time anybody heard from her. I mean, it's sick. It's sick. Love, mama, love. I don't know how the hell anybody could ever do this to a baby, a little girl, a little kid. This is horrific. And this was, I got guys too. I want to point out that over time, this little girl had been, in my opinion, beaten and beaten and beaten and beaten and beaten, like Harmony Montgomery. I bashed her around the house. I gave her a black eye. Really? You sick fucker? How dare you? How dare you even put hands on her, let alone do something like that? Look how little she is. Again, Harmony Montgomery.
I want to also share with you that through forensic evidence, statements, and analysis, extensive and deliberate efforts were made to destroy and conceal evidence following Javeayah's death. Our information reveals the use of corrosive chemicals and other tools that were used to accelerate the destruction of her little body. After this was completed, these two individuals poured what remains were left of Javeayah into the Cedar Creek Reservoir.
Did you guys hear that? Absolutely horrific. So they found some of her remains at Stumpy Pond, but also they poured her remains into the Cedar Creek Reservoir. Hello, Mama. Hey, Mama. I bet the poor baby had more bad days than good. And and that's what I think of, Holly. And that is well said. And that's exactly what I think, too, is that just, I think about what she had to go through, what she dealt with, because it's not an isolated incident where somebody snaps. It's not an isolated incident where somebody just snapped. I understand that it's got to be shocking for the family. That is not lost on me. And they are not the ones that did this. Uh yeah, but this is prolonged. There is evidence of this being a way of life, literally a way of life for this little girl. Like that's all she knew was to get beat. Oh, you don't like something she says, beat her up. What about the ones that take their aggressions out on the kids? And I think her mother is one of those. I do. With all of the evidence I'm seeing, right? I don't make those snap judgments on people. I don't, because I don't even particularly like to judge people. I'm not perfect. But if I'm looking at this and I'm telling you my thoughts, I'm really going to look at it and tell you what I'm thinking. when I look at this and I hear how mean she was, I mean, the proof is in the pudding, then, right? And then I feel comfortable saying that I think she might have been somebody that took out her aggressions and abused her child. I mean, horrible, horrible, horrible. And yes, Mama, I was supposed to go on when this happened, um, but I ran out of coffee, and when I went to go make a cup, there wasn't any. And so I'm like, okay, well, I'll make it, and then I end up falling asleep. So she did quite the performance for 911. Oh, she did do quite the performance. Oh, yeah, she did her. She did. What does Pascal say? Her best Meryl Streep. And she did. She did her best Meryl Streep on that. So, there's times where she sounds just like Katie, where she'll do like a really high pitch. She does that high pitch, and it's like, yeah, those are things that people do when they feel like they're being questioned. And when somebody's telling you a story like this where they know they can get in big trouble if we really found out what happened, they do get that high pitch. I'm going to find those clips and put them together because I think that you guys should hear it. People are so sick anymore. I mean, Mama, I can understand if you did something horrible and you don't want people to find out what you did. I mean, okay, but to go to these lengths is disgusting. It is absolutely disgusting. And then they were going around acting like nothing happened. Both of them were. Look, you run a huge risk. The more people that know about the crime, the loose lips sink ships, right? People start getting scared. People want to be the first one to squeal so they get the deal. Those types of things, you know. But these two are thick as thieves, and they were very heavily involved in every bit of what happened here and how disgusting and gross and awful. These kids move wrong and they get beat up. I mean, that's it, Holly. It's like a bully. It's living with the bully. It's living with the bully. And when she was posting these pictures online, people should have noticed it. You know, they just should have noticed it. And I do think that she had a broken finger in that picture. And she not only gave the world, the police and the world, a picture of Javeayah with a black eye and a broken finger. And she didn't give a fuck. Hey Trishy, good to see you, Trishy. Trishy says, "Oh my gosh, I just saw your notification. I'm listening while working." I mean, it's so sad, Trishy. Props to Ellie being efficient and hardworking and swiftly making arrests. Yes, the arrests came very quickly, right? It was like boom. It was like, okay, because they called it in. She called it in. She ended up giving birth, right? And then they were left with the dad there, right? And I don't know if they went ahead and said, go ahead and go to the birth. I don't know if he stuck around the house. I don't know what happened. But somehow in that time, they were able to start pulling confessions. And I mean, this happened super quick. And thank God, you know. My friend's dad used to come home drunk and beat up the kids. He'd wake them up and beat them. Yeah, I mean, it's because, like, they're disgusting people, Holly. Like, these are not good people. Like, it's a person that has a sick desire to hurt another person, and they use their kids because their kids are under their control. It's just like Chris Proudfoot. He goes from relationship to relationship. He doesn't like children. He didn't want a child, according to what his ex-wife Nina said. And he didn't have any children up until her. Just remember that. One wife, two wife, three wife, four wife. And he knocks her up. Respectfully, because of faith. She's beautiful. I'm just saying. And then but he's still dating people with children because then he gets together with Katie. So you're studied dating people with children, but you don't like children, but you end up abusing them because you can say it's discipline. 4 CPS reports, fifth CPS report. They do it to be mean. They do it to be mean, and they do it because they get off on it. Did you see them laughing when Sebastian is fearful of a bug? It's not funny to antagonize another person when they're in horror. And if you guys see that, say something about it, you know? We have to. We have all got to do that. It's not right to do that. You know, a good question to somebody that's doing that is, what the hell is wrong with you? I'm sorry. I'll give you guys some catchphrases. Just look at that person and say, what the hell is wrong with you? Oh, mama. Mama, that makes me want to beat somebody up, mama. I'm so sorry. Oh my god, guys. And that's the thing. I mean, these poor kids are living this every single day in and day out. They might get a break if they go to school. You know, Javeayah being 4 years old, I don't know if she went to daycare or not, but I could guess that her daycare was out in that chicken coop, and she had better not get out of line or she was in trouble. I mean, it's hotter than hell outside, and here she is in the sun, and where the chicken coop is, there isn't any shade. You don't do that to your animals either. You don't put them right in the smack in the middle of everything. If you can help it, maybe some cows will sit out there in the fields, but damn. And I am not an authority on farms, by the way, if you haven't noticed. So, yeah, I can't wait to hear it. I know. Well, hello, Bliss Blessings. Good to see you. Hey, so good to see you. Hey, Krista, good to see you. Audrey Stowers, her mother's Facebook. The child is beat up and bruised in every picture. They even have her wearing sunglasses at times. I mean, like, I wonder if those are like proof of life pictures for people. Like, somebody's like, oh, I haven't heard from you guys. What's going on? Type of a thing. Mm. Wow, Holly. Krista says they should test the waters on a weekly basis for DNA, something strange like a test strip, maybe. I mean, there's like no telling. I mean, we literally could be in like a lake somewhere swimming, and somebody could have put someone in there, or somebody get drowned or something. I don't know. The coolest thing I know of is Splash the Otter. That's, and most innovative technology is, one of our God given, beautiful animals out there. Asian, some small clawed otter. I almost didn't remember all of it, but I think that's what he is. He's a little Asian otter. He's so cute, and he can get in there, right? He can get in the water. He can get in that murky, and that's what I was thinking about when they were talking about searching the pond. You know, and you think about what these people do to not get in trouble, but they're also making it so our, law enforcement, our dogs, our otters, right, our people that are trying to do good in this world, they're putting them in grave danger every time they're sending them out to these locations. You know, Holly says it's just not normal to see a kid with a black eye. So I agree. So people probably think it's shadows or something. I mean, And sometimes you just kind of look at the pictures. I've been guilty of this too. Like, you're scrolling through Facebook and you're like, oh, cute kid. You know what I mean? Like, oh, how cute. And then you just like keep scrolling. You know what I mean? So maybe people aren't really, really looking either. So that is a great point too. So yes, Janet. Yes, she was found. She was found. So, and we're gonna keep watching the pressers, guys. We got a little bit more to go still. So they were super impressive. I mean, yeah, if somebody's missing, if a child is missing, they're on it. They're on it. And this man here, you can tell he cares. These are the people that I hold near and dear, are the people that actually care about what they're doing and not haphazardly going through their job. The people that are willing to wear the ribbons. This guy. Where's the other one back? I saw one back here. Here we go. This one. Pink tie. Pink tie. Where's your pink tie? This lady's wearing pink. You can tell the people that truly care, right? Like they truly care to wear the battle flag. They truly care. Those are the people. I'm not trying to knock anybody that didn't wear a pink ribbon. Don't get me wrong, but what I'm saying is they're representing and they need to be. We need to do that for these kids. They deserve it. She deserved it before, as Janet was saying the other day. And Janet, I think that's such a profound statement that you made. You're going to continue, what's everybody doing after the fact, right? Where were we all at when Javeayah needed us? That's heartbreaking. That is truly heartbreaking. Hey, Seth, you know, where's everybody when they're truly needed, you know? So, right, Mama. Exactly. We lived through it. Exactly. Exactly. And it's hard. It's not easy. It is not easy what these kids go through, and it just can kind of getting progressively worse. All right, guys. So I'm going to go ahead to this, but again, and I do. My heart goes out to anybody who has ever had to endure anything like that, especially from your parents, because kids love their parents so much. They do. They love them unconditionally. They deserve to have that same back. I don't know where that disconnect is. So sadism is real. Face it, he is a bottom and a bottom feeder too. Yes, wants to see he sees something beautiful and wants to destroy it. I agree with that, Seth. I mean, it's the type of guy he is. He's just that kind of guy. I hate that. I do. I hate that kind of person. Um, because they don't change. They never change.
These subjects went through great lengths to cover their repulsive and revolting actions. In my 37-year career in law enforcement, I have never, ever heard of anything so horrific. As a result of this information, it's unlikely that the entirety of Javeayah's body or any other remains from this point forward will be recovered.
YouTube Premium is ad-free
Oh.
YouTube and the YouTube Music app all together.
Well, Seth, I'm glad that you're here to tell me because, I'm not trying to knock them, but, I do think that people need to care more. I understand they got to probably put a lot of it to the side, but Seth is saying when you're in your dress uniform, normally you're not allowed to wear anything extra without proper orders. Like everybody needs to wait for the lieutenant. Well, these lieutenants need to care more. I'm just kidding, Seth. But yeah, or whoever. I don't know. I don't know the ranks, guys. I'll mess it up. But yeah, they need to get on it then. They need to be handing out them pink ribbons. They need to be handing out them pink ribbons. Just like Craddock likes to hand out the Gatorade. Craddock, CP, Melissa, Carly. Where is Sebastian? Follow the money. Follow the money, Janet. Janet, we were following some money last night, weren't we? I still have that tab up into the wee hours of the morning. No, actually, we could have went. I could have done a 12-hour live stream. I could have maxed out the live on that live maxing with the details of RTF schools out there. That was a good. We did a good live last night. I want to do. I want to do more into that though. I want to break it down for you guys, make it a little more digestible than a 136-page document that has a table of contents. It's like a short little novella, really. But I want to break it down for you guys because there's like links in there. There's all these different ways that we can look into these schools that we've been looking, and this is something that the federal government knows about and really is complaining about the way that the state governments are and who's buying these companies up for these children to stay in a facility when they're not even they what do they know about it, I know 99% it's always the last person to be with the person. Yeah. Well, and I mean, she would have to be the one to facilitate any of it, in my opinion. I like the way Janet wrote the comment. It almost looks like Katie's a statistic. 99% if you're with a Katie, this is going to happen. These predators are not scared of our system anymore. Our system has become so judgmental. They forget how severe these predators really are. See, I agree with that, Krista, and I was talking about that too, girl, because I believe that they have it so easy in there that there's really not really it's not really that bad. I mean, maybe there's some initial fear like, oh fuck, I'm gonna have to spend the rest of my life in here. But after that, they start getting used to it. They get their tablet, they're watching movies. Oh, I got peanut butter today. Bunch of jerks. Like it's disgusting. They should really be serving hard time, in my opinion. Don't give them extras. Why do they deserve that? Somebody that did this to their kids, why do they deserve anything? You don't deserve shit. You're lucky that you get a peanut butter sandwich. You're lucky that you get oatmeal with dry toast. You're lucky. Be grateful for what you have. Because that's the way I think of it. Maybe I'm Cruella, but I just can't. I can't with that. They live better than most of us do. Think about that. A prisoner that took the life of their child is living better than we are on our dollars, right? So when we go to work and we work hard and we do the right thing, we're paying for them to have. No, mm-mm, no way. And I agree with what you're saying. It's a great point. They forget how severe that those predators really are. Mm-mm. They deserve nothing. Notice those that are wearing polo shirts have ribbons. That's a different dress. Oh, okay. I see. And this lady, I'm not sure who she's with, but she's got something different. I can see that these two have the same kind of like looking lapel things. I'm paying attention. But I want to see a pink ribbon, a pink ribbon, a pink ribbon. I want to see them all. They should be handing them shits out. Our system punishes the victim instead of the offender. Seth, boom. They do. It's ridiculous. It's like, why? Why is that okay? And why are we paying for them to do that? Why are we paying for them to have luxuries when they don't deserve it? Awful. They need to sit where their asses are and sit, in my opinion, and get nothing. Food, water, toilet, shower, whatever.
To find her body. Again, we had all remains from this point forward will be recovered. And I'll say this again, we had all hoped and prayed to find her body, but with the information we've uncovered, that's simply not possible. I want to also announce additional charges for destruction and desecration of human remains have been filed against these two individuals. I know this is heartbreaking for anyone who's followed this case. It's heartbreaking for our office. For all the law enforcement across the state that's worked on this case, countless hours to find every piece of evidence with the hope of bringing Javeayah home. It's heartbreaking to our community. Our commitment has been to pursue the truth regardless of how difficult it may be. While no announcement can lessen the profound loss in this case, our commitment remains unchanged. Today is not only about the evidence recovered, it's about a child whose life was taken far too soon. While today marks a painful chapter in this case, it does not end our work. Our investigators will continue to pursue every lead, examine every piece of evidence, and work closely with the Second Circuit Solicitor's Office to ensure that justice for Javeayah is pursued. I ask you to pray. Pray for Javeayah and her extended family, our staff, all these other law enforcement agencies, and this community. Again, I want to thank all these law enforcement partners, local, state, federal, other first responders who assisted in this case. But from the time I announced at my last press conference that the investigation had taken us outside of Aiken County, I specifically want to thank the State Law Enforcement Division, South Carolina DNR, and Sheriff Will Montgomery and the Fairfield County Sheriff's Office. These DNR divers spent hours and hours and hours searching. Finally, I want to again thank our community. Throughout this investigation, you have demonstrated compassion, encouragement, patience, and prayers. We recognize the emotional impact this case has had on so many, and we thank you for standing with us. Together, this community has shown that even in the face of tragedy, compassion, unity, and service remain stronger than the darkness we've encountered. I'm going to take a few questions, but if it didn't come from this press release, you're probably not going to get much more.
I mean, I'll tell you, they put a lot of information. Now, that's a freaking press release right there. That's telling us exactly what we need to know. And I mean, it's not going to go into detail. We don't need to know the details. What we know is that, I mean, they took her, they hurt her, they beat her about the head so badly that she passed away from her injuries. They did not get her any medical attention. They knew that they had hurt her so badly that she was going to pass away. They allowed for her to pass away because they were trying to save their asses from what happened. And they continued to cover up their bad actions. Well, hello, Diane. Good to see you. Thank you for being here. Gosh. I mean, it's absolutely wretched what they have done and the lengths that they went to. And so I'm very thankful for the information that they were willing to share today, that at least we know that she has been found and that what they have found is probably all they are going to find. But look, this is the evidence that they need to secure these two monsters. And I'm going to tell you, South Carolina does have the DP. So that's your fate. That's your fate, guys.
At this point in time,
First question, guys, just so you know, if you didn't hear it because it's low, death penalty.
what they're charged with, that would be a question for the solicitor's office later down the line. I don't want to speak for them.
The solicitor's office will let us know what charges would be on the table. Hey, Lori, so good to see you. So good to see you. So, yeah, I mean, we don't know at this time. I would think that if anybody deserved it, it would be these two. But don't forget, guys, that the death row is also not as swift as we would like to see it. It's not like, you know, you are on death row for a week or two or a year. I mean, it's years. And then they're in a different population altogether.
From relatives or other close family about when Javeayah was last seen alive and whether or not anyone of the close family members had raised any concerns about not seeing her for an extended period of time.
I'm just going to say the same thing I said at the last press conference. We believe that she had been dead for about a month before the 911 call.
Has there been any evidence that you guys have found in the last few days, or when it comes to the child abuse standpoint towards Javeayah, that was it one specific incident that potentially killed her, or was it long ago?
I can't speak on that.
I can speak on that. And you know what? Look at his face. I'm here to tell you. And I swear, mark my words. And I don't usually do this. I don't like to do the absolutes. I don't like to do it because I don't know. But I have seen progressive abuse. Right? From here's a picture when she's little. Here's a picture when she's a little older. Here's a picture when she's a little older than that. Abuse. Visible abuse. You know, Lori, it's so heartbreaking. Lori, I'm right there with you. I'm so sensitive too. And it's unbelievable. It's unbelievable what they have done to this little girl and the horror that she had to live. And I will stand on that. I will stand on that because I know it's going to come out that she has not, this is not a snap.
I know the answer. I'm just not going to give that.
Right.
You all have on the pink tie.
He said, I know the answer. I'm just not going to give you that. Hold on. Let's rewind that.
The same thing I said at the last press conference. We believe that she had been dead for about a month before the 911 call.
Has there been any evidence that you guys have found in the last few days, or when it comes to the child abuse standpoint towards Javeayah, that was it one specific incident that potentially killed her, or was it long ago?
I can't speak on that. I know the answer. I'm just not going to give that.
You all have on the pink ties and the pink ribbons. Can you elaborate on what that means to you? And you mentioned seeing the picture here, put together the schedule tonight. What does this mean to you?
Well, everybody's put on Facebook to wear pink. The pink's her favorite color. We just thought it would be, we care about her like everybody else does. We have people that'll be at the vigil tonight. I have a previous speaking engagement, so I can't be there. May come late, but we just want to show that we're human beings. We're not robots. We care about the people in this community, especially a 4-year-old little girl.
Okay, and this man, he's adding to it, Cinderella. Cinderella says, I can't stop crying. And, because this care, this is what I'm talking about, and I get it, Seth. I know if they can't wear them, I don't want to disparage any of the officers because it's not their fault, and they are there to work. They're doing their job. Let me tell you, they deserve us to send them, some snacks, some goodies, some thank yous, a card. I will praise them all day here. Hello, Gina. Good to see you. They feel too, Mama. They are not robots. And I would I really appreciate law enforcement officers who try to build relationships with communities and not lie to them and not treat the public like we're stupid and not hate the public and, oh, you're a bane of my existence kind of attitude that we see in Sumner County Sheriff's Office and others, many others. It's not just them, but they make me particularly sick. Why can't people just tell someone to take their kids? I mean, I don't understand that either, Mama, because there's so many people out there that would love to have children, you know, and they can't, or they've lost a baby, you know. Some of our good friends have expressed that here, you know, and I don't understand it. That's something that I will never understand is I wish God would pick and choose, you know. I'm the bane of their they've got some banes and they got some thorns in their side, let me tell you. And I'm like to be one of them because they need to do this is what I would respect from them. This is what I do respect is somebody that's willing to come out there, you know, and do this raw interview and show we care. We are not robots. We care too. So that's a beautiful thing.
This is the most disturbing thing you'll ever see.
All right, one more question.
How would you know to go to Fairfield County and look at
I'm not going. Our investigation led us there. Okay. Thank y'all, and thank you, community.
All right. So I think like him saying that their investigation led them there, I think that's huge. And I think that it's part of their investigation, their stellar police work that brought them to this confession, that brought them to them finally coming clean about where they have uh, disposed of this poor, sweet, innocent child that never, ever, ever deserved any of it, ever in a million years. Right. And the families don't deserve it. And I get that, you know, people are wondering about why nobody helped. And I wonder the same thing. I wonder why they weren't checking in on her. I wonder if they knew that that mom was mean, why nobody said anything, you know. Holly, thank you so much for the flower. That's so sweet. Thank you very much. I don't think she was in school yet. No. Mm-mm. You know, so yes, absolutely. Sub up to Seth's channel. You get great merch, walking billboard for Sebastian Rogers. Absolutely. So, gosh, and he says that it is absolutely horrific, the details.
Thank you all. Y'all did a wonderful job. Really appreciate y'all.
And one more time for good measure, I would like to have seen more pink. No, I'm just kidding. I'm kidding.
Now, if you are just joining us, we are just wrapping up a press conference with Sheriff Sawyer in Aiken County, where he says this is one of the most emotionally taxing investigations his office has ever faced. Now, during today's news conference, Sheriff Marty Sawyer thanked the community for its support in the search for 4-year-old Javeayah Harris and in the ongoing effort to bring her justice. Now, fighting back emotion throughout this press conference, Sheriff Sawyer says he will not refer to Javeayah's parents as mother and father, saying that they don't deserve those titles. Now, while investigators are still limited in what they can discuss, the sheriff did confirm that her remains were recovered near Stumpy Pond, and they have been identified through DNA testing as being consistent with Javeayah's biological parents, leading investigators to believe that they are her remains. Now, the sheriff also revealed investigators believe corrosive chemicals were used to accelerate the destruction of the child's body before her remains were poured into the Cedar Creek Reservoir in efforts to prevent them from ever being found. Now, he did.
All right, guys. And, you know, I don't want to add insult to injury. I don't want to be disgusting about this because this is absolutely disgusting and horrible and awful. But I wonder if it's part of what they saw in that barrel, because that barrel, whatever was in that barrel, was not moving. It wasn't ashes. It wasn't like, I mean, Jesus. You know. Gina, you go, Gina. Gina, Gina, Gina says, Seth, I put Sebastian's missing sign right next to the line of politicians by Long Hollow Church today. That is so awesome. Yeah, they need to be seeing that. I don't understand why they're not campaigning more for Sebastian and less for themselves. If they're all running unopposed, what the fuck? You know? Seth? Hey, how you doing? Bleach is a corrosive. See, this is what I was thinking too, Seth. Bleach is a corrosive agent, and look at all that crap they had at the house. Hello, how you doing? You know, really great. We have to get these politicians. Yeah, they're running unopposed. What are they doing? Why do they need signs up if everybody's if they're gonna get it anyway? They got it in the bag. So what the hell? You know? I agree, Janet. I agree. He likes to play too many games.
I'd say despite countless
He's doing it on purpose, in my opinion, not clearing Seth.
hours spent searching by the South Carolina DNR, Department of Natural Resources, divers and other investigators. He believes the rest of her body will never be recovered. Now, the sheriff also said in his 37 years in law enforcement, he's never encountered a case like this. He did add that additional charges are expected for the parents of Javeayah. But he continued to ask the community to continue praying for not only Javeayah, but her parents as well. He did say that this investigation is far from over. He told community members that he will continue to follow every lead to ensure that justice is served. Now, he did add that this is a heartbreaking case that has touched not only Aiken County, but communities across South Carolina and across the country. He wrapped up the press conference this morning with the ongoing efforts that they will continue to follow this case, and also letting everyone know about a candlelight vigil that they plan on having tonight at 7:30. And he's asking that everyone brings the pink balloons as well as stuffed animals, Mickey Mouse stuffed animals, and don't forget to bring your own candlelights. Of course, we're going to continue to follow this story as it unfolds and give you the very latest updates as we get them. Thank you so much for joining us this morning.
Okay, so that's the press conference part of it, but they were doing also a live watch.
Justice for Javeayah as well. And Sydney, you were out
here. I'm just going to pull this over and we'll play it. I'm not going to show the chat and stuff. Okay, good. I want to make sure we had it. And then here we go. So together we hope, together we mourn, searching for Javeayah. And guys, people did a great job of coming together for Javeayah. So, you know, it's a heartbreaking situation. Now, this is going to be right before they get started, so I think this is a good spot to go to.
Hey, good morning, folks. Thanks for joining us here in the News 12 Now studio. I'm Nick Proto. We are talking about the case of 4-year-old Javeayah Harris, as we are now about 25 minutes away from hearing from Aiken County Sheriff Marty Sawyer, who has an update on this case. This has been going on since last Tuesday night when Javeayah was first reported missing. We've got two people who have been covering it since that time, Will Rio and Sydney Hood. Sydney, I want to start with you. You've been covering this since that first night, Tuesday, more than a week ago now. Bring us up to speed with where we are now and really hit on what you saw yesterday when you were out at the house and covering this story again.
Really just a lot more questions than answers from the community here. I spent all day at the memorial that is growing by the days in front of the house Javeayah lived at here in Aiken, and to see the amount of people coming out to leave stuffed animals, flowers, candles, balloons for Javeayah, it's been really moving to witness that, to watch how a group of strangers have come together to grieve this little girl who she didn't know any of them, but they all certainly know her now. You say Javeayah Harris's name and immediately people have her picture in their heads. They know who you're talking about. They know that little girl at this point. And a lot of people in this community have basically said that she's an adopted member of this community. They've adopted her as one of their own. They look at her as one of their own. I spoke to many parents and grandparents who say that all they want to do is just hug her tight and treat her as if they were her own. So I think that just goes to show you the amount of love and support people are giving to her right now. And
yeah, we want to treat her the way that she deserved to be treated. It's so sad to know that she was treated like this. Mistreated, abused, horribly hurt. And all they cared about was covering it up. They didn't give a crap about her. No regard for human life. That's part of their charges, right? Because they didn't seek medical attention even though they knew she needed it so badly. You know, and she's such a beautiful little girl, right? She's just so adorable, so sweet, you know, always smiling, even though there was times where I don't think that she wanted to. I could see the pain in her eyes. You know, it's so heartbreaking. And this is before, so I'm pretty sure that the media probably knows that they're about to, you know, spill the beans.
And to the investigators who are still searching for her, who have never stopped searching for her since that night she was reported missing, and then especially on Saturday after Sheriff Marty Sawyer said that they believe she's to be deceased, but that does not stop their search for Javeayah. And Will, you and I were talking on the way up here about how that memorial has grown, how it's been moving to witness that. You were at the vigil that was held at the alley on Sunday. I just kind of want to get your perspective on all of this and kind of what you've witnessed in the time you've been out here as well.
Yeah, the vigil that I attended on Sunday was one of the first in the community. It was incredible to see hundreds of people show up for someone that they've never met or never knew before all of this happened too. And so many people stood up in front of everyone and shared how this was hurting them and how this has impacted them, what they want to see change moving forward too.
You know, this is a great overview. We didn't really ever see, you know, like a aerial view of the vigil. So wow, look at how many people showed up. I mean, and you have people all the way over here with umbrellas. You got people under here, this pavilion. I mean, just people everywhere. Wow. And this is called the alley. This is a little area called the alley. Wow.
And again, just how many people showed up for someone that they just had never met. And this story has touched so many people in our community. But back here at the sheriff's office, this we can assume is going to be a major update in the Javeayah Harris case. Just looking around this parking lot, there is a massive amount of law enforcement that have showed up for this press conference. So hopefully we get
Oh yeah, they knew then. They knew. And you could tell by the look on this, you know, little lady here, her face. I mean, we all knew, and I think a lot of us even felt that last night. That they had found something, right? Like a part of Javeayah.
something meaningful out of this press conference, a major update expected here. And if you haven't been following this over the last few days, investigators were in the upstate searching near the Great Falls area that's on the Fairfield and Chester County lines. They were searching the Debbie Terry Creek access, which is a boat launch up there. And that was blocked off for several days, since Saturday at least, when Aiken County named an area of interest outside of Aiken County where they were searching for Javeayah. And yesterday we went up there and there was no blockade up there. We could get all the way down that access and see where they were searching for the very first time. And then before that too, we knew investigators went back to Javeayah's home on Tuesday, the family home. They were showing up there with brown evidence bags going in and out of that house. They were also behind the home digging with shovels too. Coroner's office was also assisting there. So this is expected to be, we assume, a major update in the case. We're all hoping that there is some news that Javeayah may have been found, hopefully, so that we can get some closure, move on with this case too, and progress it so we can try to get more answers and hopefully justice for Javeayah as well. And Sydney, you were out there the other day when investigators were at the home.
Yeah.
Take us through what you saw and what that was like too.
Well, I saw, like you mentioned, a lot of investigators out there inside the house and outside the home as well. They had the brown evidence bags. I saw a couple of investigators with the yellow evidence markers as well going inside the house and placing them down and also on the outside. But if you've been following our coverage and you picture in your head the exterior of the house, there is a beige truck that has been sitting in the driveway this entire time. And the primary focus of these investigators was on the other side of that truck. So we couldn't get a good look at exactly what they were looking at on the ground. Just that was as close as we could get to keep some respect there and also to let the investigators do their job there. But I watched as they again walked back there with shovels. I saw a couple items of what appeared to be clothing or a piece of cloth perhaps. I saw one investigator pick up a shoe to put it into the evidence bag as well. So definitely it's going to be interesting to see if and how they touch on that today. I know, speaking with a lot of people in the community yesterday, they want to know what, if anything, they found at that house on Tuesday, because there were a lot of people from the community watching that night on Tuesday as investigators were searching.
Well, and they're never going to tell us because that's going to be for the trial, right? They're not going to tell us what evidence they've collected. They just won't do that. That's the part where we'll have to speculate until we can see the trial.
Inside the home and outside as well. A lot of those people were just showing up to pay their respects to Javeayah, to leave something at the memorial. But once they saw investigators there, they stayed back and watched with us. We were all watching this in real time, trying to process what they were doing out there, trying to figure out who the main players were out there. Of course, when I first got out there, it was just the sheriff's office. And about 10 minutes after the fact is when I saw someone from the coroner's office show up as well. So again, just this community has a lot more questions than answers. Hopefully we get them some answers from this news conference today. Of course, the sheriff's office has said throughout this entire process that this is still an active investigation. There's only so much that they can share with us to protect the integrity of this case here, but they recognize that the community is searching for answers in all of this, and they're doing the best that they can, they say, to try and provide that for us. Sheriff Marty really touched on that on his last news conference on Saturday about how this is, of course, not the outcome any of us wanted to have, but it's the outcome that they must face, and it's the outcome that the community must face. And to me, the fact that
Sheriff Marty is our favorite.
He keeps mentioning the community goes to show you just how hard Javeayah has touched the hearts of people, not just in Aiken County, but across South Carolina and nationally as well.
Yep.
I mean, I met someone yesterday at the memorial who came down from Delaware. She was visiting family here, but hearing that she came from all the way up there, I mean, again, it just goes to show you how this little girl who none of us knew has touched so many hearts.
And back at that home on Tuesday when investigators showed back up, they did tell us that they were there for evidence and not for remains. But again, we'll see what this press conference reveals in about 15 minutes or so on what they've learned to bring them back out to that family home. It was not roped off. Since the parents, actually, we don't know if it was ever roped off, but certainly since the parents were arrested, it was not roped off with any crime scene tape. So really anyone could have gone on the property and had messed up a crime scene that they were looking at later on in the week too. So it's going to be interesting to see what they learned to take them back to that house. We also learned yesterday from several different reports that we got back from the Aiken County Sheriff's Office and Clinton PD. That's important because it gives us a timeline of what this family was doing and where they were before all of this happened. We now can confirm that they were in Clinton, South Carolina before coming to Aiken County. There was actually a report on file for a verbal disagreement or that Clinton PD responded to an apartment complex up there for. And it's interesting to note because there was a domestic call that they had here in Aiken County back in March of this year, so not too long ago.
Oh, there was a domestic call. All right, guys. Hello, Shauna. Okay, so there's a domestic call. Let's listen again. In March. Let's go back to not that far. I'm going to back it up that much. Here we go.
Of what this family was doing and where they were before all of this happened. We now can confirm that they were in Clinton, South Carolina before coming to Aiken County. There was actually a report.
Okay, so in Clinton, and we're working this timeline too. So they were in Clinton, right? after Union apparently, and then came to Aiken. So there was a little bit of a grace time in between. I was figuring that much. I just didn't know because we did see their kind of eviction records for the house on Union, or the house in Union. It was actually on Harris Street.
On file for a verbal disagreement or argument that Clinton PD responded to an apartment complex up there for. And it's interesting to note because there was a domestic call that they had here in Aiken County back in March of this year, so not too long ago.
Okay, so in March of this year, they were in Aiken County. And I was saying that I kind of think that they probably moved in about March or April into Aiken County. So that confirms that much. Wow, that's interesting.
Ago. Javeayah's name was not mentioned on either of those reports. And if you're familiar with
Javeayah's name is not on any of those reports. So wowza.
Domestic violence or family violence cases, and when officers show up, usually that's a key thing that they note is whether children were present or not. So it's interesting that her name wasn't on either of those reports, and it brings up the timeline of when was Javeayah missing, when did she pass away to, and how she passed away as well. So there's just so many questions still left with this case.
Absolutely, because
wow, that is so interesting. So apparently she was not on either of those reports. So I wonder if everything happened on Union Street when they were in, during the eviction process. Let's listen to that just one more time, guys. Sorry. I just want to hear that once more for us. So here we go. Sorry.
Learned to take them back to that house. We also learned yesterday from several different reports that we got back from the Aiken County Sheriff's Office and Clinton PD. That's important because it gives us a timeline of what this family was doing and where they were before all of this happened. We now can confirm that they were in Clinton, South Carolina before coming to Aiken County. There was actually a report on file for a verbal disagreement or argument that Clinton PD responded to an apartment complex up there for. And it's interesting to note because there was a domestic call that they had here in Aiken County back in March of this year, so not too long ago. Javeayah's name was not mentioned on either of those reports. And if you're familiar with domestic violence or family violence cases, and when officers show up, usually that's a key thing that they note is whether children were present or not. So it's interesting that her name wasn't on either of those reports, and it brings up the timeline of when was Javeayah missing, when did she pass away to, and how she passed away as well. So there's just so many questions still left with this case.
Absolutely.
So many questions, but really a great job of investigating this case, right? And this is great group effort by WRDW. They have been our go-to. That's why I'm like, oh, we got to watch their coverage, right? Because they come in with these little nuggets, these little crumbs that we can follow, and we can key into some of these clues. And this is what's really kept us up to date on Javeayah's case. So big shout out, big shout out to these guys.
Because the timeline that we've given thus far based on these news conferences and the warrants as well, it's from May 1st until June 15th. Whenever they were still searching for Javeayah, they were asking the public for any photos or videos they may have from June 15th until June 30th. That, of course, is the day that Javeayah was reported missing by her mother. So like you said, Will, it's interesting the timelines here. Hopefully we can get some clarity on that today, or I know you are looking into that March incident, so hopefully we get some more clarity there. But we, again, like the community, we have a lot of questions, a lot more questions than answers here that we are working to find out. But again, there's only so much that the Sheriff's Office can tell us right now with it being an ongoing investigation, and we just want to...
Well, and that's why we got to do the digging, that's why we've been digging in, and people on Facebook have been digging in, right? Because there's public records that we can find, that will help us to understand. And we were looking for priors. And when you think about priors, you're usually not going to find domestic violence, sadly. I think those situations need to be put on blast. I think it's very important. And I think because they're not put on blast is the reason why we still have that big issue. But see how it all can, kind of spirals into domestic violence. Here she comes.
make sure that we are sharing only what the sheriff's office is telling us right now, because that's another thing. And you and I also talked about this, Will, about just the amount of misinformation that's been spread online throughout this case. And we've been trying to touch base with the sheriff's office to combat that. Talk to me a little bit about that, because I know you have a little bit more knowledge on like getting those squared away there.
Yeah, so a lot of the information that we're getting, if it's not from the sheriff's office, is through FOIA. So it's Freedom of Information Act in South Carolina. That's public record. So those are things that we can request, like reports, dash cam video. You obviously can't get body cam video in South Carolina. It doesn't fall under FOIA unless that's been subpoenaed and has been used in court. So that is how we're getting a lot of these reports and information too. But yeah, there's been a lot of
misinformation. Well, that's very interesting. And that's very good to know, right? So they're getting these things from FOIA because if it doesn't pertain to this case, then it's fair game, right? Except for the body cams, because unless they're used in court, then they're not able to be utilized otherwise, as Will is pointing out here. So really interesting information
out there. There was some confusion on GoFundMe's and some other fundraisers to help out that family that has since been debunked, saying that the family has not set up a GoFundMe. There's a lot of people who are out there who are trying to take advantage of people in times like this. It's sad that we even have to say that, but that's the reality of where we are now in the internet and social media too. So just be.
Oh yeah, and big shout out to our witchy mama, because witchy mama was over here and we were trying to see if there wasn't something we could share out, right? And if people feel inclined to help, but the only ones we found were like bunk ones, and we realized that they're not good, right? Like that can't be the family type of a thing. So go witchy mama for figuring those out and finding out that there isn't a GoFundMe. I'm glad they're mentioning this.
Be careful before donating any money, sending food, anything like that to any family members. But I know they're going through a tough time. Your Meredith Anderson actually talked with a family member yesterday up in Union, and they're going.
Well, it's so sick. It's sick, Lori, and we see people doing that all over YouTube. For us, it's kind of like, yeah, we know, right? We can find it really quick. But then for other people who are just a regular person who's like, hey, I have an extra $20, I'd like to help, with a pack of diapers or, some formula for the family. And you can't even do, you can't have nice things. You can't do anything nice for other people. It's such a tough situation.
Through a lot right now, as you can imagine. They're still waiting for a lot of answers. I mean, they found out some of this through Facebook, which is just absolutely heartbreaking. So yes, there's so much misinformation. It's so important to listen to the sheriff's office and listen to what we're also sharing from the sheriff's office, and then some of our public records requests and FOIA requests that we're sending to so many different agencies. And I've gotten a lot of questions about this too. Was DSS involved beforehand? We know they're involved now because when they went to bond hearing, they said they had to adhere to all DSS requirements. But beforehand, we can't get that information because those case files do not fall under FOIA in South Carolina, unfortunately. Over in Georgia.
No, they don't, and many other places don't. And then we never ever have accountability when it comes to these horrible freaking CPS crap. Hello, Kylie's Nail Candy, good to see you. Hey, Shauna. Shauna says, I found where they're having a blessing baby party, and it was legit. And the grandmother just posted it. I'll send you what I found. Thank you, Shauna, because I did also find something from the grandmother, right? And I don't want to say her name incorrectly. I believe it's Basilia, but she's which is a very pretty name. I just can't pronounce it if I don't know exactly how it's pronounced. But that one was from her too. So I am following because, of course I wanted to get the information to her about Splash the Otter. And then obviously it's a little too late, unfortunately.
Georgia, if a child passes away, it does fall under the Open Records Act, so we can usually get that. But in South Carolina, you can't. They wouldn't even confirm to me if they had an open case or if they were involved. So that's still an unknown thing that we're trying to find out. But that's going to have to come directly from family if we do. So again, that information is going to come from law enforcement too.
Absolutely. And Will, you actually spoke to Javeayah's dad before he was arrested. You did a phone call interview with him, sort of like a initial meet and greet, trying to just get bare bones information from him. Talk to me a little bit about what he told you, what that conversation felt like, and now since he's been arrested, just kind of how things have played out there?
I've gotten this question a lot. It's pretty surreal knowing that you've talked to someone involved in a case like this, especially the father. And it was just an initial interview I was doing with him. I was just trying to get basic information about who Javeayah was and what.
Yeah, exactly. And, Sharon Marlowe, I agree with that. Before any GoFundMe or Send Go is set up, the family should be contacted first by officials setting them up, in my opinion. Yeah. And I mean, it's the best of my knowledge that when you set something like that up for somebody, you are in contact with them, right? Like I know I was when I set one up for someone. Because that's a huge red flag. Those people need to be in trouble. I've seen people doing that in Sebastian's case as well. Like, not people that were, planning on giving it for that cause anyway. And even so, it's not really up to to those people to do that anyway. If you can give, then that's a good thing to give. But to do that, that's taking a big risk, in my opinion. I would do it legit.
He knew and what he didn't know and what he wanted the public to know. It was about an 8-minute phone call that I had with him. I would have asked him more questions if I had time, because I wanted to get him on camera and do that on-camera interview to do full details. And again, we had a meeting scheduled for 3 p.m. and I showed up, and then that eventually didn't happen. So we didn't get any follow-up answers. But that full call is...
He flaked out, in my opinion.
On our website, wrdw.com. And yeah, I mean, I don't have initial thoughts about it because we didn't know what was going on when that phone call happened. We didn't know what we know now. But looking back at that, it's the whole story that he told us, right? He went to 3 or 4 different stores, was at the laundromat. His girlfriend couldn't call him, didn't have cell service, and then he went home, found out what was going on. I asked him, do you have any idea what happened to him? And he said, no, sir, I have no idea. And knowing that Javeayah had been dead for a month before that phone call, when he told me that, it's just absolutely shocking and unbelievable. And we now know that the 911 call that the mother made was also not true when that happened. And it sounded so real.
It did. She was giving law enforcement the most detailed description of Javeayah, saying that she was last seen wearing pink Minnie Mouse pajamas. She had on Crocs.
Okay, but that doesn't fit the narrative, right? And of course, I'm not trying to be like, no, these people are wrong. But what I'm saying is that doesn't fit. The mother was on 911. She was not believable. The father was not believable either, in my opinion. Right? And I have just a great comparison to show you, especially with Katie Proudfoot and the mother. But when she's on the 911 call, it is not believable that your child was outside playing all day and she's in her pajamas still, but yet you're running her bathwater and making dinner at 8:30 at night. No, none of that made sense at all. Dinner is not to be started at 8:30 at night. It's just not. I mean, that's crazy.
She had pink beads in her braided hair. She was saying that Javeayah was outside playing in the chicken coop as she had always been. The mother said that...
And we did show this chicken coop last night, guys.
She was inside making dinner. She had started a bath for Javeayah, and when she went outside to go get her, that she was not there. And you heard it in her voice. She sounded very genuine and worried.
No, she did not. No, she did not. In my opinion, she did not. She sounded like the fake Katie Proudfoot. High-pitched, as if there's an element of guilt in that high pitch. I wish I would have grabbed it, but it's just right there. This high pitch, like, I didn't do it. You know what I mean? Like, it's uncanny. And I don't expect these guys, these are like regular news reporters, right? But I think he has a different feeling. But I'm just, because he's like, it's believable, but I don't know about that. Maybe he thought it was believable. But here's the thing. A lot of times in these cases when we deal with this, and I don't know how many interviews he's done with the killer. I've never done one with the killer. But when you look at these patterns in true crime, we can see, we can see that. We can identify when somebody is not being truthful, and we can look at the story and we can say, no, that's not how things would go. how things would go is you'd wake up and get breakfast, right? And then if she loves to play outside, which a lot of kids are that way, they like love to just be outside. I'm not discounting that. But what I'm saying is you feed them breakfast, right? And then they change into play clothes from their pajamas. That's the first thing that would happen that day if the series of events that she's saying actually happened, right? You don't let her play in a dirty chicken coop in her pajamas at all, right? She's throwing in the bath because she's trying to make us believe that she's a good mother. You know? I mean, Lori, the chicken coop was like open, and so I was thinking it was closed, and I'm like, oh my God, it'd be so hot in there. But then when you see it's wide open, but it's right in the sun. And it's dirty. And Seth was on the panel last night. He's like, it was so dirty in there with all the poop everywhere. And I'm like, yeah, and then breathing it in and all of that. And the lady that was there was saying it stinks back here. Like it stinks probably like poop and everything.
About her child over the phone. So listening to that, and like I said, me being out there at the church at around 11 o'clock that Tuesday when the sheriff's office told us that they were actively looking for Javeayah, just knowing that the response that this started and how that progressed all last week with dozens of local agencies as well as SLED and the FBI, of course, it really, I hate to say it gave me goosebumps because I feel like that's such a cliche to say, but listening to that, knowing what we know now, and also reading the warrants during that call while I was listening to it for the first time, it just, like I said, it still leaves me with a lot more questions than answers here. And hopefully, I know we're getting ready to get started with the news conference here, but hopefully we get some of that answered here.
Brenton, I know you've got a really pretty shot set up and you worked hard to do this. Can we show the parking lot here, potentially? This is incredible. This parking lot is 99% empty most days. And look how many cars are in this parking lot for this press conference. This is a mix of maybe, I don't know if families here yet or not, or if they're expected to show up. But this is media. This is potential family members, friends, people of the community who have shown up. And of course, a lot of law enforcement are also here. I think I saw DNR get out of a few different pickup trucks here. So this is set to be a potentially large update in the case, we can assume, by the presence that's here today and the lack of answers that we've gotten over the last few days, which is not it's not law enforcement or the sheriff's office fault about that. They have an investigation that they need to keep sealed and tight. So that is not something that we're blaming them for, of course. That is something that they need to do. But again, it's left us wondering what's happened with this case, especially when they were back out of the home on Tuesday.
Well, and also, like you mentioned, there's only so much that they can tell us and only so much that we can tell the public, because law enforcement, of course, has to protect the integrity of this case. It's still active and ongoing here. But looking at this parking lot, that was my first time looking at it just now.
It's
I think that just goes to show you, again, how much the community is invested in Javeayah's story. You see that with the memorial that is growing by the days outside her house, and you certainly see that here in the parking lot with all of the investigators and deputies that have shown up here. Like you said, maybe potentially family members here, and then certainly us. Like, her story has reached so many people. People are interested and invested. They want to know what happened to her, and they want to, get justice for this little girl. The FBI touched on that at their news conference on Saturday. So yeah, this parking lot, it speaks for itself. It speaks to the volume of people who have a heart in this story.
And this was very similar to the press conference that we had on Saturday with the sheriff too. I mean, we pulled up to the Aiken County Government Center where that one was held. And in the parking lot, you just saw all the law enforcement vehicles, and you kind of knew that there was going to be a large update. And this is what I'm expecting here too. I mean, this is a large presence here. It's a lot of people who have showed up to show support for Javeayah in this case, showing their interest. I mean, there's almost not a parking spot left here. And again, I've never seen that before. So this is absolutely incredible. And again, we're going to bring that press conference to you guys live. That should start in about 7 minutes. 10:30 is the scheduled start. You can find that right here on WRDW Plus. We have that on our website under the Watch Live newscast. We have it on our Facebook page. Multiple ways to watch that live. And again, expecting a pretty large update in the case for Javeayah Harris. Nick.
Yeah, guys, there's a lot there, a lot of great information that we can touch on. I did want to mention, too, because I'm looking through some of the comments as we're going here, and people are talking about what they've seen, what they've heard on other Facebooks and whatnot. there's a lot of stuff going around from a lot of people, all these crime reporter influencers who are just picking up information and trying to run with it. These two here have been boots on the ground, especially Sydney, not to take anything away from Will, but have been boots on the ground for the last week plus with what's going on, talking to the sheriff's office, talking to community members, sources out there. So all the information that you see on the internet, if it's not coming from these guys, I wouldn't believe it as much. I take it with a grain of salt, because everything we put out is coming directly from the sheriff's office, directly from the people who have all of that information. So that's why it's important to not trust everything you see on the internet, but just trust it when it's coming from those reliable sources. And that's what you got there with these two reporters on the ground, Will and Sydney. So just wanted to put that out there. And then if you're just joining us, I know we've got a lot of people filtering in on all of our social platforms right now. We are expecting a news conference from Sheriff Marty Sawyer in Aiken County here in about 5 minutes or so with an update on the Javeayah Harris case. They called this yesterday. They've been searching all over her house. They've been searching in the upstate. But when we went to the upstate yesterday, no one was out there searching. No law enforcement was out there searching. So just wanted to put that out there as we wait for this update. And then we've got a couple minutes here. We could play the 911 call. This, to me, is such a shocking thing to hear. So if the news conference starts before this 911 call is finished, we'll jump out of it. But let's go ahead and listen to this. This is from the night that the mother reported Javeayah missing. Take a listen.
Aiken County 911, where's your emergency?
Ma'am, I'm at 39 Hillsborough Street. I can't find my baby.
39 Hillsborough Street.
Yes, ma'am. She was outside playing, and I came out here after cooking dinner a little bit, and I'm looking for her, but I don't see her nowhere.
All right, how old is this baby?
She's 4.
All right, what was she wearing?
She has on pink Minnie Mouse pajamas, and she had in pink beads. She had braids.
Is she black, white, or Hispanic?
She's mixed.
Okay, how long ago did you see her, ma'am? When was the last time you saw her?
I just came out here like no less than 20 or 30 minutes ago. I went in the house to cook dinner, and I told her it's time to come in once it starts getting dark. And when I came out here, I can't find her.
And you listen how she says, I told her, right? Like Javeayah did something wrong. This woman is sick, okay? She's blaming the little girl, and the little girl has been dead for a month at least. I'm guessing probably 2. I told her to do this. No, you didn't. You're lying your fucking ass off right now. You didn't tell her shit.
Take a breath.
That day you didn't.
For me, okay? I already have him on the way to you, okay? Do you know where she might be heading? Okay, you have any family or friends that live around the area?
No.
You hear that fakeness too? That, I could do that too. That's fake. We got to identify the fake.
Oh, but she usually try to take our chickens to catch them, and I've been looking through the woods to try to see if I see her, but I don't see her nowhere.
What's your name?
My name is Micheline Harris.
What's her name?
Javeayah Harris.
Harris? I couldn't hear the first name.
Javeayah is spelled Javeayah. And I wasn't out here. I'm 39 weeks pregnant. I can't keep up with her like that.
Right. And now she's blaming the other baby that's not even born yet, Lori. Wow. Just wow. Lori says, she's blaming the other baby now. Oh, well, I'm pregnant with this, this child here. So I can't keep up with. Well, then maybe you shouldn't have another baby. If you cannot keep up with and take care of the one child that you have, then that's a good indication that you shouldn't have any more. If you're already struggling with the one you have. I have secondhand embarrassment, Holly, I'm telling you. Some people are like, oh, she sounds worried. You know what I mean? And it's like at certain points I can hear that maybe at first glance, but when you listen, and you're like, no, because she wouldn't be wearing the pajamas. She wouldn't be doing this. She wouldn't be doing that. And this high pitch, this fakeness and the crying, we've heard it before. You know, we've all heard it before, and if people aren't familiar with it, it's harder to identify. I mean, and we always want to see the good in people. We don't want to see that this lady right here would do this to her daughter, but she did. She sure as shit did it.
Okay. And what? Anybody else out there with her? Like that was out there with her? Any friends, kids playing with her?
The way our yard is set up, it's nothing but the dogs and the chickens right here at the back.
All right. Does she have any health issues? Any mental issues? Anything like that?
They suspect that she was autistic, but she just now turned 4, so they don't have no diagnosis all the way.
All right, this is a huge red flag also for all of us, especially that follow Sebastian's case. Here she goes with the autistic diagnosis, right? And the reason I say this about Katie, it's not that Sebastian's not, diagnosed with autism. He was, but he was late diagnosed. And to begin with, they knew that he has a rare chromosome deletion, right? So early on, they find that out, and that's what they've been working with for Sebastian, right? Because of that for his whole life until they have this recent diagnosis. But Katie pushes that, and she has never talked about the rare chromosome deletion. I have never heard Katie, not one single time, and prove me wrong. I love it when you guys do. And I say, oh, whoops. All right, I got it. And I'll be up here talking about it and showing you guys where she said it. But she has never, in my opinion, that I've ever heard, talked about Sebastian's chromosome deletion syndrome, which is something that he has had and they've been aware of. So why? And Sebastian's, he's 15 when he goes missing. So that whole entire time they dealt with that diagnosis and they were doing research, right? And trying to find out what they can do. I mean, it's so very rare. Also, Seth has told us it is absolutely rare. And when they found out, it was super rare, right? Where there were only a few cases known. I think he said 8. I don't know why 8 sticks out to me, or was it 18? If you're in the bushes, Seth, correct me, please. But I mean, not many cases at all, super rare to have this, deletion on this particular chromosome. And Orb of Attraction is here. Hey, Orb, good to see you. So good to see you. I'm glad you're here. Oh, my goodness. I'm telling you, I'll go by your channel so I can see some cards for the day, and I'll be like, oh, that's a good one for me. So I'm glad you're here. But yeah, you could hear it in their voices, the fakeness, in my opinion.
Okay.
She's very smart, though. She don't seem autistic.
Does she talk?
Yeah. She can carry a full conversation.
Right? This part right here. Yeah. Yeah, dummy. She could talk. Yeah, you just told us that she's autistic, though. That's the thing. They're not telling the right information. They're trying to confuse the situation. And again, that sounds like Katie. Why is she laughing? What is funny at this moment that she is chuckling here?
Okay, you have any family or friends that live around the area?
No, but she usually try to chase our chickens to catch them, and I've been looking through the woods to try to see if I see her, but I don't see her nowhere.
And the hell of it too is we don't have Katie Proudfoot's 911 call where she reported her son missing, because Katie Proudfoot muted herself, and her husband Chris Proudfoot dialed a three-way, did a three-way and dialed the sheriff's office instead. So there is no 911 call. There's nothing to the fact of it. As a matter of fact, we don't even have anything from Katie until she appears on Duchess for the Missing, right? And that was 7 days after Sebastian went missing, a week later. And she sounds just like this. She's doing that fake crying bit. She's doing the, long drawn out words. It's all fake.
What's your name?
My name is Mitchell A. Harris.
What's her name?
Javeayah Harris.
Harris? I couldn't hear the first name.
Javeayah is spelled Javeayah. And I wasn't out here. I'm 39 weeks pregnant. I can't keep up with her like that.
Okay. And what? Anybody else?
He says, I wasn't out here because I'm 39 weeks pregnant and I can't keep up with her like that. Oh, well, she didn't ask you anything about that. You just offered that information up. Right? And it's amazing to me that she's using all of the proper tenses right now. It's amazing to me that she's rehearsed this story so many times that she's not doing a half bad job of that part of it. But if you listen, you can hear the fakeness. You can hear it. And I believe that is very correct, Holly, and well said. I think some of these parents say autism because they know it confuses people. Yeah, I think they do that too because it is confusing a little bit, obviously, because it's a spectrum. Yeah, absolutely. And we're relying on them for information, right? But that's the thing that they don't bank on is that everybody's going to get interested when they hear that the child's autistic and then they're going to start asking questions, in my opinion.
Out there with her, like that was out there with her? Any friends, kids playing with her?
The way our yard is set up, it's nothing but the dogs and the chickens right here at the back.
All right. Does she have any health issues? Any mental issues, anything like that?
They suspect that she was autistic, but she just now turned 4, so they don't have no diagnosis all the way.
Okay.
But she's very smart, though. She don't seem autistic.
Does she talk?
Yeah. She can carry a full conversation.
Okay. You didn't see any vehicles before you went inside or anything like that?
No, but what worries me is these crackheads that walk in his house behind the house. I don't know. I've always felt weird about them, and I don't know. Hello?
I'm still here, ma'am. Give me just a second.
My call might be breaking up because of where we at.
Okay. What's a good callback number for you, ma'am?
Ma'am, I don't have one. My phone is not on, but I can still call 911.
Okay. Yeah.
I can still call 911. Like, again, she's got this attitude with this lady. It's not outward, right? But it's a subtle where she's basically saying, like, duh, just send the police here, right? She wants to get off the phone, in my opinion. She wants to get this all over with.
Oh, my God.
Okay, I'm on the way to you. Just to confirm, where was she in the house when you saw her last?
No, she wasn't in the house, ma'am. She been playing outside today. And she asked me, can she play for a little bit more before it got dark? And I said yes. And I literally, her bath water is in the tub, ran, and dinner is cooking, and I came out here to get her, and I can't even find her.
Okay, is there a certain place she likes to play outside?
Usually in the chicken coop, and that's usually where I find her every day. And I just looked in here, and she's not in here.
Okay. Is there any bodies of water nearby?
I don't know, ma'am. Me and my husband just now purchased in this house. I don't know about this area much, but it's not a good area. I'll tell you that. It's not good.
Okay, you say you searched the woods. Is that behind your house?
Yes, it's like a pathway right behind my house. And we usually take the dog sometimes in the woods to just let them run. And she'll come, so I know she knows about the woods. And but I look down the same pathway that we walk, and I do not see her.
Okay, and you said she was wearing pink Minnie Mouse pajamas. Anything else you may be wearing?
Her beads are pink.
Beats are pink?
Yeah, she's got braids. I mean, I don't know if she got on Crocs or with shoes, because she just puts on play shoes, but I don't, ma'am, it's not no way that she could have got far.
There's no way that she could have gotten far. Hey, Scranton, there's no way that she could have gotten far. Really. But this whole thing is a lie. This whole thing is a lie. she's telling the 911 operator that she couldn't have gotten far. Of course she can't. She's in 2 different locations, ma'am.
All right. Do you have any neighbors around the area that you're familiar with she might be going to?
No, we don't talk to none of these people. None of these people, because they all mostly do drugs. I don't associate myself with that.
Have you checked with neighbors to see if they have seen her?
No, ma'am. I'm literally, like, I called you like 10 minutes after I stepped outside. The cops are pulling up right now.
All right, go ahead and talk to them, okay?
Okay, thank you.
All right, no problem.
Hey, how you doing?
That is very tough to listen to given the circumstances of what we know now. Looks like they're getting ready to start this news conference here. Aiken County Sheriff Marty Sawyer, I don't see him just yet, but we know he is expected to give an update here shortly on the Javeayah Harris case.
Behind wherever you can.
Like they're getting set up there. Let's just take this full, and we'll let you guys listen into that, and then we'll come back in and check in after.
All right, guys, I'm just going to fast forward this just a little bit. Oh, where's his pink ribbon? Pink ribbon, no pink ribbon. Pink ribbon. These all should be pink.
I think y'all put a job well done. Sorry that y'all wasted.
They did do a well done job.
Y'all did a great job. Thank you.
Put a pink ribbon on also.
Good morning. I'm Marty Sawyer, and I'm the sheriff in Aiken County. Thank you for being here today, especially the citizens of Aiken that's come in. Thank you for being here. And I'm here to provide an update on the investigation that we've been investigating the death of 4-year-old Javeayah Harris. These updates never get easier to share. This past week has been heart-wrenching for everyone, but we've seen an outpouring of support in Aiken County and a massive joint law enforcement effort to search for and now to seek justice for Javeayah Harris. Personally, there's some very harsh words that I would like to use about Javeayah and Michaela and their actions. But I will not do that. And I will not do that to protect and maintain the integrity of this case. But I will tell you this. I will not refer to them as mom and dad or mother or father. They don't deserve that title. I stand before you saying this is one of the most difficult, deeply disturbing, and emotionally taxing investigations this office has ever worked, and it's weighed heavily on this sheriff's office, all these other law enforcement agencies, all these people behind me that's worked tirelessly to bring this to an end, and it's weighed heavily on our community. I am truly sickened to share what this investigation has uncovered. From the moment Javeayah was reported missing, the Sheriff's Office, as well as our law enforcement partners and first responders, we responded with urgency, determination, and compassion. What started as an exhaustive and complex search quickly grew to something that I would have never imagined. Now understand, I cannot discuss all the details We should have stopped the train. Understand that I cannot discuss all the specific details in this case. But at this time, I can share that a few human remains were recovered in an area known as Cedar Creek Reservoir, also known as Stumpy Pond in Fairfield County. These remains were immediately sent to the State Law Enforcement Division, and through analysis, the DNA of the remains are consistent with being the biological offspring of Javeayah and Michaela. I want to also share with you that through forensic evidence, statements, and analysis, extensive and deliberate efforts were made to destroy and conceal evidence following Javeayah's death.
Okay, guys, and this is part of their stellar police work, right? Because they brought these people in and interviewed them. They didn't give a crap that she had a baby or not. Get your ass in here so we can take care of business and find out what really happened here. They did not do that to Katie. They just let her sit in her house.
Our information reveals...
This is how you get to the bottom of what's happening, right? Because you have to do the work, because you have to ask the questions, because you have to treat these people, even though they are presumed innocent, you still need to question them, right? It's not part of what their job is to see whether they're guilty or not, right? But they need to ask the questions to gather the information to find out what happened. And they dropped the ball.
The use of corrosive chemicals and other tools that were used to accelerate the destruction of her little body. After this was completed, these two individuals poured what remains were left of Javeayah into the Cedar Creek Reservoir. These subjects went through great lengths to cover their repulsive and revolting actions. In my 37-year career in law enforcement, I have never, ever heard of anything so horrific. As a result of this information, it's unlikely that the entirety of Javeayah's body or any other remains from this point forward will be recovered. And I'll say this again, we had all hoped and prayed to find her body, but with the information we've uncovered, that's simply not possible. I want to also announce additional charges for destruction and desecration of human remains have been filed against these two individuals. I know this is heartbreaking for anyone who's followed this case. It's heartbreaking for our office. For all the law enforcement across the state that's worked on this case, countless hours to find every piece of evidence with the hope of bringing Javeayah home. It's heartbreaking to our community. Our commitment has been to pursue the truth regardless of how difficult it may be. While no announcement can lessen the profound loss in this case, our commitment remains unchanged. Today is not only about the evidence recovered, it's about a child whose life was taken far too soon. While today marks a painful chapter in this case, it does not end our work. Our investigators will continue to pursue every lead, examine every piece of evidence, and work closely with the Second Circuit Solicitor's Office to ensure that justice for Javeayah is pursued. I ask you to pray. Pray for Javeayah and her extended family, our staff, all these other law enforcement agencies, and this community. Again, I want to thank all these law enforcement partners, local, state, federal, other first responders who assisted in this case. But from the time I announced at my last press conference that the investigation had taken us outside of Aiken County, I specifically want to thank the State Law Enforcement Division, South Carolina DNR, and Sheriff Will Montgomery and the Fairfield County Sheriff's Office.
Sheriff Will Montgomery of the Fairfield County Sheriff's Office. Great job. Great job. Thank you for your stellar police work. We need to lift these people up who have done such a great job. And then I think about how Marty Sawyer here comes out, and I think it was about 4 days or three or 4 days after Javeayah's mother, Momster, reported her. What day did they do a press conference for Sebastian Rogers? Day 4 is the answer. When they came out and they did a press conference, the day 4 press conference, they came out saying, we don't know what we don't know. They came out saying that they had no sign of Sebastian ever leaving the house and that they're operating off of the assumption that he just walked off. That is piss poor. This is what we need to see. This is us, a week and 2 days after she's reported missing with a bullshit story, and we are getting some justice. That is swift. That is quick. Whatever they have done and the order that they've done it, they should be applauded and they should be recognized, and those protocols should be utilized again. If it works, do it.
These DNR divers spent hours and hours and hours searching. Finally, I want to again thank our community.
You know what else Sheriff Craddock said on day 4? He said that if you guys could do a better job, he's open. If he's open to ideas, if we have any ideas for him, he's open to use those. He had a horrible attitude. Nothing like Mr. Marty Sawyer here. Nothing like him. Thank God for that. No evidence is evidence, Cinderella. We talk about that all the time here, right? We do. No evidence is evidence. It should be looked at as such. It should be side-eye. There should be who cleaned what up, right? No evidence is evidence. And, of course, the more that we think about this, there's some sort of maybe a handoff that occurred, because Sebastian's time frame when everybody saw him last was from 6:30 at the Texas Roadhouse, right? And then Katie reports him missing at 6 a.m. So that's not a terrible amount of time. It's not like this case where we have a month or two even, right? A big difference, And Lori, I just see this and I'm like, oh my gosh, what a difference. You know what I mean? It's like an alternate universe. And it really bothers me because Sebastian deserves to have law enforcement like this, and thank God that they were there for little Javeayah.
Throughout this investigation, you've demonstrated compassion, encouragement, patience, and prayers. We recognize the emotional impact this case has had on so many, and we thank you for standing with us. Together, this community has shown that even in the face of tragedy, compassion, unity, and service remain stronger than the darkness we've encountered. I'm going to take a few questions, but if it didn't come from this press release, you're probably not going to get much more.
How this investigation has unfolded and additional charges on the parents, at some point, do you have plans to push for the death penalty?
At this point in time, with what they're charged with, that would be a question for the solicitor's office later down the line. I don't want to speak for them.
And what have you guys learned from relatives or other close family about when Javeayah was last seen alive, and whether or not any one of the close family members had raised any concerns about not seeing her for an extended period of time?
I'm just going to say the same thing I said at the last press conference. We believe that she had been dead for about a month before the 911 call.
Has there been any evidence that you guys have found in the last few days, or when it comes to the child abuse standpoint towards Javeayah, that was it one specific incident that potentially killed her, or was it long ago?
I can't speak on that. I know the answer. I'm just not going to give that.
All right, guys. So, these questions, is the death penalty on the table? We don't know yet. The solicitor's office will determine that. Did anybody, like family members, see Javeayah? Do we know the time frame? They don't. He's reverting back to the initial statement that they believe it was about a month prior to her being reported. So that would put us at June 1st, 2026. She was reported on June 30th, 2026. And then this final question was, is this a result of long-term abuse, or is this something that was like maybe a snap or an accident? And he is not answering that question, he says. And he says he knows the answer, but he's not going to, he's not at liberty to discuss that at this time. In my opinion, his face says everything. In my opinion, the proof is in the pictures of Javeayah. There's many pictures out there that are circulating where you can see that this child has been beat about the face. When she died from a head injury, I'm here to tell you, this was not an isolated incident.
You all have on the pink ties and the pink ribbons. Collaborating with that means, and mentioned seeing the community here put together this video tonight. What does this mean?
Well, everybody's put on Facebook to wear pink. The pink's her favorite color. We just thought it would be, we care about her like everybody else does. We have people that'll be at the vigil tonight. I have a previous speaking engagement, so I can't be there. May come late, but we just want to show that we're human beings. We're not robots. We care about the people in this community, especially a 4-year-old little girl. This is the most disturbing thing you'll ever see.
This is the most disturbing thing you will ever see. And these officers have probably seen a lot of crazy shit. And he says to us, this is the most disturbing thing you will ever see that happened to a beautiful little 4-year-old girl. An innocent little 4-year-old girl. It's the worst thing, the most horrific, the most disturbing thing that you'll ever see. You can see it. It's written all over his face. They're not robots. They care. It's just, they keep saying incredible. I think it's incredible. I think it's commendable. These guys are my hero.
question.
I'm not going. Our investigation led us there. Okay. Thank y'all, and thank you, community.
There you have it. That was Aiken County Sheriff Marty Sawyer giving us the update that I think we were expecting but hoping would never come, and that is that they found Javeayah Harris's remains. And I was taking some notes as he was speaking to try to make sure I didn't forget anything. I had to stop in the middle of that and just try to take in what he was saying, because that was some truly sick stuff that he was saying that came from this news conference. I'll go ahead and read out just a little bit of what we wrote down here. So he started off by thanking everybody for being there, said he had harsh words that he would like to use to Javeayah and Michelet. He said he won't refer to them as mom and dad or mother and father because they don't deserve that. The actions that they've shown over the last week or so, and even beyond that, as we now know, make them unworthy of that title. He says they used accelerants, including corrosive chemicals, to destroy Javeayah's body. He then says they poured her remains into, I believe it's Cedar Creek Reservoir. I wrote that down somewhere, forgive me. But I believe it's Cedar Creek Reservoir in Fairfield County. If I can pull that back up. Just give me 1 second here. I just want to make sure I've got that right. I know it's in Fairfield County. I know it's a reservoir. I'm pretty sure it's called Cedar Creek.
Oh yeah, it's Cedar Creek Reservoir, and it's also they are saying that there's a pond, right? We learned about this earlier on in the investigation about the Stumpy pond, right? And they call it that because it's got tree stumps and debris and all kinds of, crap all around. That's what they did to her. That's what they thought of her. The people that were supposed to be her parents, Jilly says it's so sad. It's hard to understand people who can do such a sick thing to a sweet child. I mean, it's beyond what anybody could ever imagine. And the saddest part is that they had no regard for her, and then here they are about to be blessed with another baby.
Let's see. Yeah, Cedar Creek Reservoir in Fairfield County. There's a look at them. They're now charged with desecration and destruction of human remains. So add that charge onto the homicide by child abuse and onto the false report that Michelet faces as well. Michelet was denied bond on that charge because it was tied to a homicide charge. They do have to go to circuit court to see if they're eligible for bond on the homicide charges. Hard to believe that will be granted given the details that we just learned today. Again, if you're just joining us, that was Sheriff Marty Sawyer giving us an update on the Javeayah Harris case. He says they found remains up at Cedar Creek Reservoir that were the DNA that SLED tested was consistent with the, let me see what he says here, the biological offspring of Michelet Herring and Javeayah Harris, which would be Javeayah Harris. So they believe they found Javeayah's remains.
Right, because what they did was they didn't have this child's DNA, but they had the parents' DNA. So they probably did a buccal swab and saved that. And then when they found potential remains, then they tested off of that. And the results were that it came back to be the offspring of the two of these monsters. And that's how they know that it was, in fact, Javeayah.
He then says the two here on your screen, Javeayah and Michelet, went to great lengths to cover their actions, including using accelerants like corrosive chemicals to destroy Javeayah's body and then pour her remains into Cedar Creek Reservoir. So again, we showed you over the past couple days that officials were up in Fairfield County around that area doing some searching around Union County. And this is sick. This is sick. And
Yep, it is sick as hell. And, and that's where her family and where she is her, her stomping ground, so to speak, allegedly is Fairfield County. So she put the baby in, the little girl, 4-year-old Javeayah, near where she grew up, knew where, where she knew to put something, hide something, right? They'll never find her here, covering their own actions, covering their own asses. And it's exactly what I think happened to Harmony too, my PTSD. We know that Adam had the rental, right? The U-Haul rental. And there is information that has been pulled from that to show his route, what he did, where he went, how many times he stopped, all of that. Harmony's body has not been found yet, and her father's up for a new trial, right? Because they fucked up the first one. It's sickening. It's sick. Detroit, oh, God. I just now heard that they found her, and I want to punch something so bad right now. Detroit, I had a really bad feeling. I just had such a bad feeling, and I was hoping that we could get Splash out there, but I was thinking, I bet you they already found her. If Michelle A. was saying the right shit, right? If she's telling the truth, and they confessed, and this is where she said she put Javeayah, then they would find her there, right? And even our friend, we showed her footage that she took over, around the house and stuff like that. And she's like, when they're born, and if you were to take their life, you'd know that too, right? I mean, oh, Detroit, it's awful. It's disgusting. It's horrible to think that these people would squander such a blessing. And I know, my friend. It's just, oh my God. Lori says, Detroit, we feel the same. I mean, it's infuriating. It's infuriating. This is why some people decide no choice but to stop the source to protect their own. Right. Right. Well, and this is just unbelievable that the two of them are trying to, and I don't quite understand the stuff with the father. I really don't quite understand it, because I just think that they've both done, I mean, they were both involved in the breaking down process. Where did they do the breaking down process? She didn't do that out in public. She did that at the house, at one of the houses that they were at. And they know damn well. The both of them do.
That's what we're all thinking at this point, I believe. It's hard to find the words to put to this. Sheriff Sawyer said this was the most disturbing thing he's covered in his nearly 40 years in law enforcement. I haven't been in news quite that long, but I can say the same about my time here. This is truly, truly evil, wicked, vile stuff. And I know a lot of people in the comments here, I was watching along on Facebook, people were saying that, and it shows you that there is still some evil out there in this world. But I think on the flip side of that, if there is any positive to take out of this, it's the outpouring of support and the community rallying behind Javeayah and the search for her, and now getting justice for her. It shows there is good in this world too. People who
Yes, it shows that there is good in this world too. This is so well said, and I hate to interrupt it even, but I have to for fair use. And let me just say, there's a lot of silver linings in this. There's a lot of silver linings in this that it's going to be so hard to see them, but they've been coming out little by little to remind us that not everybody's horrible. We saw that with the pink ribbons today. We saw that with the way that Marty Sawyer has handled himself, this investigation, and the public aspect of speaking to the public like we are humans too. We're all humans. Javeayah is a little human that nobody protected. Javeayah is a little human that nobody protected, and now she's no longer with us. We owe it to her to stand with her and to tell her story, and to not forget what has happened, because we still need justice.
who never knew Javeayah, never knew her name until about a week and a half ago, coming out to support. The sheriff mentioned that today. Will and Sydney mentioned that today. As you saw, you may have seen before, they started that news conference. We were talking to Sydney Hood and Will Rio, who have been out there covering this case since the beginning. And the community has really showed up and showed out for 4-year-old Javeayah. If you're just tuning in here, this is a harrowing brutal update to share with you to this Javeayah Harris case that we got from Sheriff Marty Sawyer. He said that Michelet Harris.
And then also, guys, this is the vigil. Look at all these littles out there just showing up for her and, you know, giving their stuffed animals, and, you know, the parents just, I mean, the outpouring is amazing. This was Sunday, July 5th. On Sunday, July 5th, it was also the day that the two of those assholes were denied bond.
And Javeayah Harris, who he won't even give the honor of calling mother and father or mom and dad of Javeayah, went to great lengths to cover up Javeayah's death. He says they used corrosive chemicals to try to destroy her body and then poured her remains into the Cedar Creek Reservoir, which they were able to recover some of, but he says because of the nature of what was done to Javeayah, they may never recover any more remains. So we've got Sydney and Will standing by here, and we'll check in with them in just a little bit. But this is just such a vile case, and it's so hard to listen to these details, especially when I sit here with the arrest warrants and I think about the 911 call that Michelet made the night she said Javeayah went missing. And I think about the call that Will had with Javeayah Harris.
I was just about to say, how do you think Will Rio feels? Oh my God. And he handles it so well himself, you know? I'd be like, that fucking asshole lied to me. Like, you know, it would have to be a very complex situation, right? Because you're trying to gather information. Yeah, this person is trying to cover their ass, and they're not going to tell you the truth. Some of it's going to be truths. Obviously, the parts that we see that where he's caught on camera, I mean, if we see him buying Black and Miles and, you know, Mad Dogs and stuff, then we know he did that, right? But that's alibi building at its finest, in my opinion, or at its worst, really, because, I mean, it's just one of those patterns that we see all the time. It's like, oh yeah, sure, you were over here doing this, but, you know, you're saying that you didn't have anything to do with what happened to Javeayah, or you did, but you didn't do anything about it. Like, oh, come on, you know? So yeah, I do think that that's a high possibility. Cinderella in Detroit says that's probably why they moved out of that house. And I'm just wondering how that, you know, much more they're going to find as they develop the evidence that they're collecting, right? And they're sending it off, and they're expediting these things to make sure that they're doing everything as swiftly as possible. And I just can't thank them enough for that.
Thursday, I believe, after she went missing, allegedly missing on Tuesday. And you just add all that up, and how can people do this, you know?
Yeah, and see, this is the part that's so confusing for us as people who are reporting on the situation and reporting on the case, because, you know, she was initially called in and we were sharing the missing poster of her, right? Because her mother said that she was playing and then poof, she was gone, right? At least she had enough sense to make it so it looked like she was playing outside of the house this time, you know. In Summer's case, they're talking about how she was in the basement, and there's no way anybody would come onto the, you know, be able to get onto that property without the dogs alerting, for one. So it's again the same circumstances and sequence of events, just a different people. So we see these established patterns here. It's slapping us in the face.
There are a lot of people here who showed Javeayah love, a lot of people here who would have shown Javeayah love if she was their daughter, and this is the way she was treated here on this earth. And I hope
my gosh, if she was my little neighbor, I would just be delighted to see her little face. Her little face waving and everything, just so cute. Are you kidding me? Hey, Kiki. You know? I mean, because you're kind to the kids and stuff in the neighborhood. When you see a little kid, hey, you know what I mean? Like, it's just weird. And then her mother running everybody off. Well, of course, she's trying to isolate the situation. I'm sure their old house tub and drain pipes may be damaged. Probably. Oh, yeah. Why the skirting is open. Well, I'll tell you, the one neighbor went in there and was looking for her. Like, went under the trailer to look for her when she was reported missing. He didn't care. He was like in there. So that was interesting. He spoke about that. It's so heartbreaking, Kiki. It is so, so sad. Um, so sad.
Is able to see now that the community loves her and that there are a lot of people out there who love her. This is tough. This is tough. We've got Will and Sydney still out there today, getting set up. Guys, can you hear me? Yeah, they can hear me. Garrett, can we go ahead and pull them up here?
I'll let you take it away.
Yeah, guys, we were just talking about kind of recapping what happened here and going through the whole case, and it just adds another layer to what's already been a disgusting turn of events here in the last week or so.
Well said. This guy's on it. Let me tell you what. Well said. A disgusting turn of events. Hello, Alicia. Thanks for being here. Good to see you, hon. Just unbelievable. Unfreaking believable. And to know that they poured some of her remains in the reservoir.
Give us your takeaways from Sheriff Sawyer's news conference.
I mean, absolute shock. I mean, there's no words for a situation or a case like this. I mean, it's unbelievable, and it makes me sick just thinking about it too, and having to cover this. And you go back to all the people that were standing behind that podium with the sheriff, and for the last week, the search that's gone on, and when everyone thought that she was still alive the whole time, and just the search that was.
Yes, Alicia C. So, they use corrosive chemicals to break her down. Yes, ma'am, they did. Yeah, it is, Kiki. It is. It's deflating, isn't it? Like, I mean, I hate to say that I didn't have much hope that she was still with us. I didn't. I mean, I can't lie to you guys. You know what I mean? And I appreciate and love the fact that there's people in here that have told me to keep hope alive, because we can't not have hope. If we take that away, then we're lost, right? So that has to be a part of our moral compass. But it's devastating. It's devastating to know that they didn't even have enough decency to like bury her properly or anything. They were trying to cover their asses, their collective asses, that is, the two of them, the both of them. It's so sad. Yes, and I did show the news conference a couple of times too, Alicia. If you just want to go just a little bit back, you'll see it real quick too. Can you imagine what Ellie saw, or the emergency personnel? I mean, Kiki, and then having to go back to the house. I mean, the one that looks like Jack and Lily's, backyard. Where there's questionable little houses and weird little things, and trash everywhere, and duct tape, and this and that. So, yeah, I'm glad you're here. Just terrible, right? Oh my goodness. It's awful. Kiki says, demons, I'm telling you, this world isn't going to last much longer, y'all. Kiki, I was praying about that very thing. I'm like, we need the Lord to come save us all, because this is too much. This is too much. To know that people are even capable of this is a scary thought. And it's doing it to their own children. It's not even doing it to someone else, like, which is bad also. I'm not saying that. And I'm not trying to compare the trauma, right? We know we don't do that here. However, it's their own kid. So it's kind of hard not to say, well, I mean, if they're willing to do that to their own little precious child, what are they willing to do in this world? We need to vanquish these motherfuckers, because there's no other way around it. How can somebody hurt these babies? I know. And their own mama. I mean, it's just disgusting. Like, when you think about how sensationalized Chris Watts's case has become. And, we hear about Bella saying, are you going to do the same thing you did to me to Cece and blah, blah, blah. And I'm sorry if I messed that quote up, but I think you guys know what I'm saying. Like she's asking her father, are you going to hurt me like this? Are you going to stuff me in the oil drum like you did? Are you going to take my life? Are you going to smother me? Disgusting. And to know the horror and the sadness that they had to have felt, these beautiful little babies, these little girls. I mean, fuck a horror movie. This is real life. This is real life right here. This is beyond horror. This is beyond any of that. That's what these monsters in the horror films are made out of. These real people that walk among us. And you're right, Kiki, the normal mind can't comprehend it. So, okay, yes, Alicia, drive safe. But yeah, it's right. They just played it, and it's short and sweet and to the point, and tells us enough information to understand that they did find her, they did identify her properly, and that they're going to be seeking justice. So Jilly, it's just, and thank you, Jilly, too, for your help with this as well. You know, um, it takes all of us coming together to try to figure this out and try to do what we can to help the situation. You know, it is something I will never understand, and it isn't to be understood almost, except for the fact that we have to keep recognizing that child abuse is something that is taking our children, and they don't deserve to live that way. When we were talking about that earlier, about how life must have been, what kind of life did Javeayah live, you know so it's just so sad. It's just it's unimaginable, really.
What's happening here in Aiken County?
Yeah. I think the silence from all of them spoke volumes. And what I mean by that is I made a point to look at the faces of the dozens of investigators that were standing behind Sheriff Sawyer here, and they weren't saying anything, but they were saying a lot with the just look of terror on their faces, just hearing Sheriff Sawyer describe those details for us. And even the sheriff, he got choked up speaking about this. He says it's one of the most horrific cases he's had to work in his entire 30 plus year in law enforcement here. And you certainly heard that in his voice. You saw that on his face as he is describing these details for us. Will, just, I mean,
And all
Yeah, Will and Sydney both, like the looks on their faces, guys. When we talk about micro expressions and the way that our muscles in our face are connected, and the different ways. I mean, their mouths are downturned. They are just horrified right now. To be there, to be in Aiken County, to be reporting on this. You know, you can just see it all over their faces. You can see and feel the genuine dismay and just how heartbreaking it is. It's just so heartbreaking. And we got to find the missing, Jilly. We can't forget about them. If we were to put all of that time and energy initially into these searches, I believe that we would have a better success rate. All of the time and energy, looking at every angle, clearing the parents, clearing the grandparents, clearing the aunts and uncles, everybody, go from inside outward, right? Yes, if you think that the child could be in the area, have people searching there too, but have your professionals and your detectives start where they need to start. You need to have them on it. You need to utilize every single resource available, and time is of the essence. Time is of the essence. And it looks like she endured abuse even before the violent end she suffered. I think she did, Scranton, yes. If there are photos showing her with bruised face and eye, how often did she have bruises like that? Exactly. And how often, was she hit about the face and head? Because that was the main target. It wasn't, and again, it reminds me of Harmony. It's not like they're smacking her hand, bad girl, don't touch that. It's not like they're whacking her on the butt and saying, don't do that, and give her a pop on the butt. They're not. They are beating her about the face, this mother. Allegedly, she's the one that did the beatings. But it's continuous about the face and head. And how can you expect not to hurt someone when you're hitting them like that? You can't expect not to hurt them, especially a little 4-year-old, a little tiny girl. You know? Kiki, we got to pray. We just got to be praying all the time. No, she showed nothing. She showed nothing, Scranton. No remorse, no emotion, no distress, fake crying, high pitched crap, you know? So I know my PTSD. I know. And it's just, my husband's friend passed away. The stepson was crying, screaming on the phone, and my husband had to walk him. I think he's autistic, and mom does too, but won't take him to have him diagnosed. She needs to get him help. Well, and that's the thing. I mean, you know, I don't understand that either, especially if you know that your child needs something like that. Like, why are these parents neglectful to the kids? If you know that they have, something that they're not developing properly with, or there's something that is causing an issue, I mean, and these kids can get insurance, through the government and things like that. I mean, there's just resources out there, um, and kids need to be, on the priority list. And we don't see that. It's just like that little boy that was so heavily overweight, that poor little guy. And, his parents were calling the vet before they call a doctor. What the hell is that? What is that?
I'm wearing pink too.
Yeah,
in
and
honor of
support
Javeayah.
of Javeayah. They know that was another thing that Sheriff Sawyer touched on, was how this community has come together and how this community is grieving. And so a lot of them had on pink ribbons pinned to their jackets. They had on pink ties, and Sheriff Sawyer said it best when he said that they're human too in all of this. They're not robots. He said they are human. They have a heart in this. They are a part of this community as well, and they are grieving with this community right now, Will.
Yeah, and the sheriff also saying that he personally has some very harsh words for the parents of Javeayah's.
And, Cinderella and my PTSD, like, the thing is that these are the things that we can't find. Like, if he was to rob a fucking grocery store, or she was to go out there and rob a bank, we would see that shit when we look them up to look to see if they have any priors. But we can't just easily look up to see if they have had domestic violence. We can't just easily look up if they've had DHS. I think they call it DHHS, their involvement. We can't just look that up. They make it so hard to find. That's not okay. That's not okay, especially because the authorities are really the ones that need to know that shit. Because they shouldn't be able to just have these kids and nothing is done about the fact that they have been found to be neglectful or abusive or any of that. Or they're abusing each other. That's dangerous. Right? It's toxic. It's a horrible situation. Domestic violence is always part of these stories too. Another pattern when we see it, oh shit. Right? I mean, it's scary, evil. I mean, in court, she just sat there and she was in traffic court. Like, she was yes, like it was, ain't no thing like a chicken wing, I mean, what the hell? She's just in there, yep, okay. She's signing, she got her nails, her nails were fresh. She didn't need a fill or anything. Amazing. Wasn't shaking, wasn't nervous, wasn't crying. Cold, 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 cold. She just sat there like she was in traffic court where she thought she was not guilty. So cool. Looking back now, it's disturbing to see her so calm. Scranton, and we've seen a lot of these moms like that, haven't we? Look at Candace. Look at Candace. Summer was just gone. Okay, Candace. What the hell? And fuck what Don said. I mean, he said such horrific things that I hate to even play them again. It's just disgusting and awful. You know? Yeah. Yeah, really, Jilly. I mean, here's the thing. How can we protect these kids, or people that are, I mean, she had a baby the night that she reported Javeayah missing. Her 4-year-old daughter that she killed, she finally decides to contact law enforcement to report her missing on June 30th, 2026. And that very evening, the baby was born July 1st, but she gave birth later that night. It wasn't of an evening, it's more of a night. It's crazy. And how many people out there are praying together? We would just love to have a baby. We would just love to give her love. We would love to have a family. We would love to have a child to teach our values, and watch them grow and watch them succeed and go on family outings and have fun at Chuck E. Cheese. I mean, do people not get token vouchers and shit from Chuck E. Cheese anymore? Is that not a thing? Because I'm here to tell you that's a real cheap way to get all their energy out, and you can get it like these packages of they'll fucking give you the pizza, damn near give it to you, and then you get free tokens on top of it. Is that not a thing anymore, to expel their energy? If you just, I can't handle them, well, all you have to do is stuff your fat fucking ass with pizza and watch them have fun. But it's too much to ask for these parents because they don't give a shit. They don't care. It's okay, Kiki. Girl, let her rip. You know what I'm saying? Let her rip. Because here, this is just on top of everything, on top of this, on top of that, on top of that. We see these kids being reported missing. Well, they're not really missing. Somebody hurt them or they're hiding them somewhere. You know? It's like we need to start looking into these missing cases, like the whoever reported them and where they went missing from. That's public interest number one, right? Public enemy number one. The police should be interested 101, all of that. And there should be evidence and data gathering, and we need these people to be interviewed properly by law enforcement, as we've seen in this case.
I use quotes because he said he won't even call them that at this point. He says, quote, "I will not refer to them as mom and dad or mother and father. They don't deserve that title."
Mm-hmm.
Strong words from the sheriff. He said he has other words, but wants to keep the integrity of the investigation together at this point. He also would not comment on how...
Right, and he wants to keep his integrity. And I really salute and stand with him for that. Because, again, that's why I couldn't do that job. Right? Because I'd get up there and I would tell you guys all kinds of stuff. I'd drop the F-bomb left and right. Right? I would just be dropping it, and people would be like astounded. Right? But no, he gets up there and he holds his composure. Right? He's fighting back his emotions because he's a human, as he said, not a robot. Hey, little Miss Sharon. They did find her, and not in a good condition. As a matter of fact, they systematically broke her body down in order for people never to find her, but they ended up finding some DNA of hers that matched her parents, and so it's been confirmed. And they found her over at the Stumpy Pond, Cedar Creek Reservoir area. So maybe that's why she contacted them, because she knew she was in labor. Well, Kiki, I wonder about that, because she's over there moaning in the background too, like, oh, so you could be right about that, Mama. That's what I'm saying. We need our moms to put our heads together about what another mom might do, even though we can't bring ourselves to understand why she would do something like that. But I think you're spot on with that. I think that she probably did know that she was going into labor. 39 weeks. I mean, that's not, it's not like she was 30 weeks, right? That would be way premature, but she was ready to pop. And we saw pictures of her. When we saw pictures of her, I'll have to bring some in too. I mean, she was ready. She was a big mama, ready to have her baby. Um, so many can't, you know. I've never heard of that, but when we didn't have much of anything, we got baby pool and let the kids play and squirt guns, right? Yeah. Yeah, no, I'm right there with you. Squirt pew pews. Pew pew squirts. That sounds they make us sound so stupid, don't they, Kiki? Like we gotta um but yeah, no. It's anything. And even I was talking about the pool, and then in the backyard they had the little pool, but like even Holly was saying too, like about the dogs, that it's probably a pool for the dogs and a way for them to get water and probably splash around, but not really her little pool, because you know it doesn't seem like she was cared for like she should have been ever. I mean, like she was dressed nicely in a lot of the pictures, but that to me could be for show. Of that could be, in my opinion, that could be for show when she's taking selfies and taking pictures that she knows she's going to post on her socials. Oh, oh, okay, Miss Sharon. Yes, so she was found at the Cedar Creek Reservoir area and Stumpy Pond. Remember, we were talking about Stumpy Pond area. They named those two locations. So it appears that they were trying to spread her out, because they broke her little body down in order for them to be able to spread her out. And the verbiage that was used was that they poured her into the reservoir. So no worries, little Miss Sharon. I'm glad you got a chance to sleep in a little bit. Oh, I love a little kangaroo. What makes me so angry is these people can't even care for one child. I know, exactly, Kiki. We were talking about that too a little bit earlier, and I'll tell you, I was like, hey, if you know that you can't take care of the one you got, and I mean, she's bitching about it in the 911 call. She's like, I can't, to keep up with her. I'm 39 weeks pregnant. Well, whose fault is that one? Not to be mom blaming. And again, there's resources. And if this is something that, is scaring you, that you're dealing with, there's counselors that you can talk to. I mean, at one point, somebody's got to make sure that she's not beating on this little baby, and they didn't. So pew pew gangsta. My PTSD. Yeah, yeah, little Miss Sharon, just absolutely awful, awful. And that's all we really needed to hear. Was that they did that. Thanks, Holly. I mean,
They found out about the Cedar Creek Reservoir and Stumpy Pond up in Fairfield County, what led them there, but we do know that Javeayah's mom did confess on the warrants to disposing of her body at another location. But again,
Yep.
just a really disturbing case, to say the least. Parents
Yep. And, Will's spot on with that. I believe that there's, that connection is how they found her.
using corrosive chemicals to get rid of her little body. There's no easy way to put that, but I think it's important that we do know the details in this case and how these parents went about trying to cover up the crime that they are alleged to have done. Again, they're innocent until proven guilty in court, of course. So we now know that they're also going to face another charge of defacing human remains as well.
Yeah, and the sheriff saying that at this point,
or desecration,
full
rather.
recovery of her remains deems impossible after the destruction in which he described for us. I just want to look down at my notes a little bit so I can make sure I get this right and read word for word what Sheriff Sawyer said. He said forensic evidence showed extensive efforts to destroy and conceal evidence after Javeayah's death. He said corrosive chemicals and tools were used to accelerate the destruction of the remains, and
corrosive chemicals and tools. Corrosive chemicals and tools were used. I don't even know if they let that baby play in the chicken coop poop. I don't think they did, Scranton. I think that's all a bunch of bullshit lies. You know? No, I would never let my child either, especially a little 4-year-old. And why would they be playing in there? I mean, now the story where she's talking about maybe she likes to catch the chickens, maybe, but then we were also saying that chickens are very nasty little creatures. I'm sorry to all my chicken lovers out there. I'm probably going to piss off my chicken lovers, but I mean, I like mine extra crispy and also spicy from Popeye's chicken. But or Bojangles. Oh God, I love Bojangles. But as it pertains to the live chickens that are pecking around in the yard and they have that coop, I don't know. Yeah, like you said, carries respiratory diseases that can unalive a grown man, much less a baby. Exactly. I was thinking about that too. We were talking about all kinds of excrement last night on the panel, because Seth was saying the same thing, and it's like you don't want to let them play around that. And then I was thinking about how kitty litter is very toxic for pregnant women and stuff like that too. So mom shouldn't have even been out there cleaning the chicken coop. That should have been on dad, but dad's too busy drinking his mad dogs to figure it out. And everything's going to shit. Everything's going to from a decent situation to hell in a handbasket. And then Javeayah is dead. And then they're reporting her missing with that crap. I know, Kiki. Well, I mean, it's hard to catch them too. Like when I tried to pet Jen's chickens, it just like what? It just like went away. I'm like, okay, but they're cute and stuff. They're cute, and they do a good job of bringing eggs, and if you have the space for it, that would be a smart thing, especially if you have a growing family and it's tough for you to you're just barely surviving. They were evicted from the last place they were at, and it would be a natural way to, but it's work. You got to get up early, feed the chickens, right, do this, do that. It's a lot of work. And then they had these dogs, and allegedly they were dog fighting the dogs. Makes us wonder if they were cockfighting, if they had roosters, and things like that. Yeah, the kids don't need to be around them. I mean, what would be nice is if you would take, little Javeayah out there, because how kids wake up bright-eyed and bushy-tailed in the morning, and had her help with feeding the chickens and that sort of thing, and explaining to her that these are these chickens are a lot of work, and then whenever the eggs come, she can help gather the eggs. Always make sure they're washing their hands and stuff when they have there's chicken poop on the eggs and stuff. But in my opinion, those would be ways that she could help, not just out there playing with them by herself or trying to catch them. What if she gets hurt? Yeah. Cinderella says chickens are the dirtiest fowl on the planet. Oh my goodness, that's funny. But I mean, I get it. And it looks like they had quite the garden going and things like that. So it's just so odd to see how different and what was their mindset. I can't even imagine. Oh, this child's dead, but we're having this new baby. Like, what were they planning on doing with the new baby? Did they even want to be parents? My nerves are literally shot over how these DNA donors can do Well, I'm surprised on how they can, find this so quickly as well. How can you do that to anyone, much less a child? There had to be substances involved to get that done. That YouTuber was out there and found bottles of bleach and lime. Yes. Um, I think it's the LYME, like lime. Yeah. Um, they break the lime is something that would be used to break down, but also, bleach is a corrosive material. So they're not saying exactly how they did it, but I'm guessing that we will get that at the trial unless they both plead guilty for a lesser sentence in that regard. We still don't know. The solicitor's office is going to say, because um, they do still have the death penalty in South Carolina. So we might hear that they're going to be on death row. We don't know that. So, aw, little Miss Sharon says all the chickens I have anything to do with are clean, healthy, and cute to be around. Well, that's how Jen's turkey. That's how Jen's chickens are. I mean, they're all clean and healthy, and her chicken coop is well maintained, and they have a beautiful garden. And yeah, theirs is not what we not what we witnessed, right? Um, and Jen sent a whole bunch of eggs home too to me. Jen and Jeff did. So that was really kind of them. And, I mean, farm fresh eggs, I can't believe you're talking about Billy Bob, my rooster. Billy Bob. Just kidding. But yes, they are nasty. My OCD gets to me. Oh my goodness, that's funny. I heard the roosters are like little badasses. Billy Bob the rooster. That's so funny. We had a place to wash up in the chicken house. Yeah. See, I mean, that's the thing. I mean, it's mostly making sure, and that's a good opportunity to remind the kids you got to wash your hands and things like that. It's it's amazing to me. And they're just, that's another thing these people do is they keep gathering responsibilities, and they don't even take care of the responsibilities they have to start out with. But they're gathering more, a dog, dogs, chickens, you name it.
What remained of her, he said, was poured into the Cedar Creek Reservoir up in Fairfield County. And just, that was heavy words coming from him. It was.
And I'm sitting here looking at some families, and a lot of the community showed up. There's little kids here, and we've seen that at the memorial too, and just some of the. It's just you just have no words for stuff like this, and
hearing the community. Sorry, Will, I didn't mean to cut you off, but I wanted to mention how the community has thanked the sheriff's office throughout all of this. You heard that woman as the sheriff was walking out, thanking them all for their time in searching for Javeayah. But yeah, just a. Hard looking at those little kids here, listening to the details of what Sheriff Sawyer says happened to little 4-year-old Javeayah Harris.
Guys, everything. I mean, I'm about at a loss for words. I'm sure you guys are the same. But everything about this case, every turn it's taken, has just been more and more brutal. It was a 4-year-old girl who was missing. Then we find out she's been, dead for a month. Then we find out the parents get arrested. Then we find out they used chemicals to try to destroy her body. This case is so wicked and vile and disgusting, and it's just hard to listen to. And you guys, props to you guys, Meredith, everybody who's been on this since the beginning, because it's a lot to take in. And I don't know where this sentence is going. I like I said, I don't have words right now. I mean.
Yeah, it's so terrible. It's so terrible. It's absolutely awful. There was 4 empty containers of bleach at their house, Kiki. I showed it last night. Yeah, 4 empty containers. Oh no. Yeah, the bird flu. That's no good. Yeah, you have to keep them clean. And they had that big open pen. My gosh. But and it's crazy. I can't imagine again what Will Rio must be thinking, through this process of him being, straight up lied to. And, he was about to meet this dude in person. Thank God he didn't.
This is brutal. this is a brutal end, or I guess piece of this story, because it's not the end until we get justice for Javeayah, but this is a brutal turn of this story.
Sheriff Sawyer said it's a painful chapter in this case, and it certainly is. It feels like every single chapter that we keep turning in the pages of this story just get more and more brutal as the pages keep turning here. But he said that, you know, they're going to still look into leads, any potential evidence that may come their way.
There's still a long way to go in this
yeah,
investigation. It's not close to over, but at least this gives us some answers as to what happened and how it happened too. But like you said, Nick, as us being in the news, we all like to talk, and all of us are speechless at this point. Just complete and utter shock. And yeah, there's not much else to say about it.
One thing, as we were listening to that, I know the sheriff took a couple questions. It was a little bit hard to hear what those questions were. We just kind of got bits and pieces and like got some of his answers. Could you guys kind of recap what people asked him afterwards and what other information we were able to get there?
Yeah, one question that was asked, someone had asked if there were any prior incidents of abuse that happened to Javeayah that led up to this that they're aware of, and he said he won't answer that question, but he says he does know the answer to that, but they can't tell us because of the investigation. Another one was about what led them to Fairfield County to find the rest of Javeayah's remains that were dumped out into the Cedar Creek Reservoir. He said he can't. He said his investigation led them to that point. And then another one was about, obviously, them.
I'm Chris Collins, the original Trump conservative, and I approve this message. I was the first to
Yeah, and for those of you who may be just joining us, I know some people are still asking what's going on.
As to what happened and how it happened too, but like you said, Nick, as us being in the news, we all like to talk, and all of us are speechless at this point. Just complete and utter shock, and yeah, there's not much else to say about it.
One thing, as we were listening to that, I know the sheriff took a couple questions. It was a little bit hard to hear what those questions were. We just kind of got bits and pieces and like got some of his answers. Could you guys kind of recap what people asked him afterwards and what other information we were able to get there?
Yeah, one question that was asked, someone had asked if there were any prior incidents of abuse that happened to Javeayah that led up to this that they're aware of, and he said he won't answer that question, but he says he does know the answer to that, but they can't tell us because of the investigation. Another one was about what led them to Fairfield County to find the rest of Javeayah's remains that were dumped out into the Cedar Creek Reservoir. He said he can't. He said his investigation led them to that point, and then another one was about, obviously, them wearing pink ties too.
Yeah, and for those of you who may be just joining us, I know some people are still asking what's going on. I wrote down some notes, but if you guys want to fill in the gaps where I sort of leave off because I didn't write down everything, it got to a point where I just had to stop and listen. The sheriff started off by saying this has been a heart-wrenching investigation. Thank people for the outpouring of support. He says he has some harsh words he'd like to use for Javeayah and Michaela. He said he will not refer to them as parents, mom and dad, mother, father, because they don't deserve that title. He says they found Javeayah's, or what they found remains, I should say, in Cedar Creek Reservoir up in Fairfield County. They sent those remains to SLED, and the DNA revealed that they were a match with biological offspring of Michaela and Javeayah, which would be Javeayah. He says then they used corrosive chemicals and tools to destroy Javeayah's body, and then poured the remains into the reservoir. And that's what I wrote down before I had to just kind of stop and listen. So if you guys want to pick me up there and finish out what the sheriff said.
You want to go ahead?
Yeah, I mean, after that, Nick, there's not much to add on to that except just repeating what Sheriff Sawyer said about how this is one of the most horrific cases that he's ever worked in. His 30-plus year in law enforcement, it's been hard, as you can imagine, on the Aiken County Sheriff's Office, the dozens of law enforcement agencies who showed up to help them search for Javeayah when they thought she was in the area alive. I mean, some strong words coming out of the sheriff today, and I want to repeat the quote that you said earlier whenever we got out here, that Sheriff Sawyer said he's got some personally, he has some harsh words he would like to say about the two parents, but he said he was not going to, but he said that he is not going to refer to them as mom and dad because he said, quote, that they did not deserve those titles. And that's how he started this news conference, Nick, as you were listening. So I think that just set us off to just knowing that.
Yeah, it's terrible. It's absolutely awful. That's a cute name for a chicken, two-stepping. Henrietta and Pecky. That's cute. Oh my gosh, just awful, awful, awful.
Yeah, go
yeah,
ahead.
I'll fill in the gaps here a little bit. I want to say thank you personally for someone who lives in Aiken County as a resident here. I want to say thank you to all the law enforcement officials, DNR, SLED, the FBI out of Columbia, everyone that had a piece of this investigation. We say thank you. And I know a lot of people in this community feel the very same way. I mean, you saw the people who were behind the podium there and all the work that went into finding out what happened to Javeayah, getting the parents to confess that's what the warrant said, and putting all the pieces together, and also tracking down where she was last, where her remains were actually dumped. So just thank you from everyone in this community to all the law enforcement officials and everyone who had a piece in this investigation. I don't know where we would be without a lot of them, and it's just incredible work that they've done to give us some kind of answer as to what happened to Javeayah, and hopefully get justice moving forward.
The hours and the manpower. I mean, when I got out to Bethel Baptist Church, which was their staging area, I got out there at around 11 o'clock Tuesday night, the night that 911 call came in. And even that night, I saw just different agencies from the Aiken County Sheriff's Office, of course, and I saw Beach Island coming in and other volunteer departments. And as the hours went by, you saw more and more people showing up. And then whenever I got back out there Wednesday morning at 10 o'clock, the parking lot was full. They had the drones up in the sky. They had the helicopters. So they were determined to find Javeayah. They put in, like I said, so many hours and manpower to try and find this little girl. I mean, after listening to that 911 call and hearing the description that Michelle gave to dispatchers describing what Javeayah was wearing, she was very detailed to say that she was wearing pink Minnie Mouse pajamas, the Crocs, the pink beads in her braided hair. I mean, just going through so many details to tell law enforcement.
Yeah, and unfortunately, we're never, ever going to know if she was wearing that outfit at the time of her death, but I'd imagine she may have been, and she may have had pink braids in her hair, or excuse me, pink beads in her braids, and like you're seeing in this picture, just pink ones. And we'll never know because they have broken her body down so severely using tools and corrosive chemicals that we don't know. We do not know that. And she was very descriptive. And she had quite a lot of time to come up with that concocted crap of a story that she pulled, as she tried to pull, you know. And yes, little Miss Sharon. And thank you guys for being here and hitting that like button. It definitely gets us into the algorithm.
That, and they took that and they ran with it, like I said, with the immense response. Yeah, and I mean, it just...
Yeah, and going back to the call I had with the dad on Thursday last week, I mean, to hear that whole story, again, it's gotten worse and worse now as we've gotten these updates from the sheriff's office. Hearing that 911 call and then hearing the interview I did with the father on Thursday last week, hearing those two stories, knowing what we know now is just really, really disturbing. And we have that phone interview I did with the dad. Take a listen after now getting these updates.
Okay, I got up around five-ish, and my daughter was outside playing. My girl was out there watching her. She was in and out of the house, I say that. And I was going to get up to wash the clothes. What else can I say? I left the house around 6, like late, maybe like early 7 o'clock. It was probably around like 6, and I got back to the house maybe around 7:15 because my girl and my daughter said they wanted some candy. She wanted some suckers and she wanted some cookies. And
yeah, and you know, in my opinion, I bet you she's sitting right there I bet you she's right there, just like another couple that we know that likes to, one be quiet on the other end and let the other one do all the talking, kind of like them.
I went to like three stores maybe in between those times to go get gas, Black Miles, and I went and got some drinks, like some little Mad Dogs and stuff like that. And
ChatGPT, what's a future-proof business in
I left and I went back to dry the clothes because I was watching them. I was sitting there for a little minute, and I ended up going to another store. Like these three stores that I'm saying, like I sold the three stores already, but I went to a store last.
Gotcha.
And I was back at the washing machine that was right beside the Circle K. And then when I was at the Circle K, I was seeing a lot of police and stuff going through, and I was wondering. I was like, you know what I'm saying? A lot of stuff goes on in Aiken to where you would be like, okay, that's the police or whatever. But I didn't know that it was my house. Because my girlfriend at the time, she didn't have service. She didn't have service on her phone, so she couldn't call me to let me know anything that was going on. So she just ended up calling 911. So when I came back to the house, before I got on my road, I seen a police truck with a drone out, and then that's when I started speeding up because I was like, it's something going down like close to my house. When I got turned on my road, I seen a whole bunch of police like right at my house. So that's when I hurried up and I got to the house, and I was like, what's going on? I thought my girlfriend was in labor because she was supposed to have a baby. You know what I'm saying? Soon. So she ended up having a child that same night on July 1st. But she came up crying to me saying my Javeayah missing. And I'm like, what the fuck? Like I kind of freaked out, and the detectives were telling me I couldn't go look and stuff like that because they didn't want me to mess up the area or whatever. But that's basically what happened up until all of this came about.
Okay. Is she known to run away? Like, has there been past issues with that? With
And he's saying basically that's what happened. Basically, I think that's a key indicator that he's telling a story.
Is she known to do that?
No, she does not run away, but I will say that she is friendly. Like she's friendly, like she doesn't.
Okay, Malaya Brooks Murray.
It's not a stranger danger thing with her. It's not like get away from me. Like she didn't get that. She didn't understand it. She was just all friendly to everybody. She was very respectful. Like, yes, ma'am, no, ma'am, yes, sir, no, sir. Like, that's what she do. We raised her great. Like, she was
we raised her great. We raised her great. You didn't raise her. She's 4. She's always gonna be 4. You didn't raise anybody, sir.
A smart kid. That's why, they had me kind of messed up because they were saying that she was not she's nonverbal and that. Yeah, she was. She's autistic and that was the media was fucked messing. I don't want to cuss, but that was messing my head up a little because they don't even have a good description of my child to try to describe her.
What's a good?
Okay, again, here we go, blaming the media, blaming everybody else, blaming the police when they're the ones that have taken the life of this beautiful girl, desecrated her body, and he's talking about her description being screwed up by other people. Are you kidding me? Was exactly. The mother did way better in present tense, didn't she, than he did. Scranton, your comment, she says, why did he cover for her? If Mr. Strangler did something, I would be the first one to turn on his strangler ass. I'm the same. I wouldn't be okay with that ever, especially if you took the life of our child. I'd be on the news because I would have killed you. Sorry, I should behave.
Is she autistic or is she on the spectrum at all? Is that true?
She was on the spectrum when she was born, but they said that she couldn't be tested until she was 4 years old.
Okay, so it's on. You guys just.
Here's another lie. He's covering for her right now. Michelle, he's covering for her, right? Because she told the 911 operator that she is autistic, but she hasn't been formally diagnosed because she just turned 4. Now he's saying she was born autistic, which is a crock of shit. There's no way that you know that. I mean, until she's formally diagnosed, then yes, then you recognize that she's always had this neurological disorder, right? She is on the spectrum. Until then, you don't know that. Quit lying and quit covering for her ass. That's his main problem, Pollyanna Papa right here. You know, he wants to enable her ass. He wants to, help her out. He wants to cover for her.
Don't know.
Exactly.
Gotcha.
Exactly. We never got her tested, and she's never given us signs that she is, autistic. She talks good. She's like very.
And then yet he contradicts himself and says that she's never shown any signs of that. So how would you come to the conclusion that she was born that way, sir? And what way would that be if there's no indication of her having issues, like characteristics that she would be on the spectrum? I mean, unbelievable. Right? Scranton, we'd be laying the smack down. It's like, oh my gosh, God help them, right? God help them, because I'm not gonna, and nobody's gonna go. I'm not going to jail for anybody, as our friend Rosebud was saying. Oh no.
She's not better than me. She got more respect than me.
Understood. So you guys have no idea what could have happened to her.
Hey, if money is tight right now and you.
Okay, so he says, so you have no idea what has happened to her, right? And this is the moment of truth in these cases when we ask the parents, right? But before we know the details, this is where we ask them, so what do you believe happened, right? And that sort of thing. Hold on, let me just back it up a little bit.
Oh.
Exactly.
Gotcha.
We never got her tested, and she's never given us signs that she is, autistic. She talks good. She's like very like she's talk better than me. She got more respect than me.
Understood. So you guys have no idea what could have happened to her.
So you guys have no idea what could have happened to her.
I have no clue.
I have no clue. Oh, baloney. That question should make you have a different type of response, in my opinion, right? Because that should trigger emotion. That should trigger some devastated feelings. Like, I have no idea. When you think about your child being missing and you have no idea where they are or what could have happened, if they got snatched up by somebody, if they're eating, if they're sleeping, if they're warm, if they're taken care of, all of these things, and you just say, I have no clue, And I think you're right, Holly. I think they treated everybody. I think nobody was safe around these two. I think they're absolutely evil.
I don't like. It's really wild, but I had gave all of these detectives this information about people snooping around the house lately. It's like since I've started work, like from Friday, Thursday, really. It's
really wild, he says. It's really wild. And he's over there him-hawing around playing the fucking hokey pokey, right? When he's asked a straightforward question. And then he's like, it's been wild. Really? It looks like a quiet fucking neighborhood to me.
But from Friday to Monday, I had to work.
Okay.
I was working night shifts. And every time I left, my girl would like, what she would tell me, like, oh, it's been people doing this, and then the third around the house, they've been called, like they be on the phone with people, like around the house, like just talking and walking real slow and things like that. And like I've been telling them that, but.
How are you doing through all of this?
I didn't got.
It's okay.
I didn't got a little bit of it out, but it's like not knowing is killing me. It's killing me, like, because you see.
But yet he doesn't have any emotions, right? And Holly, thank you so much for that. That is so sweet, for that super chat. She says, thank you for being you. That's so sweet. Thank you, Holly, very much. And I appreciate you guys and all your concern here, because this is this is not what we expected when we first started talking about this case, right? We were spreading awareness for a missing child here, you know? And I agree too, the mom in prison, I've been thinking about that myself, and I'm like, yeah, she's not going to fare well. I mean, she's either going to be the biggest bully around, or she's going to get what she's been given, what she's been doling out, you know? Heaven forbid they find out what her charges are, you know?
Stuff like this often, but you don't expect it to be you.
And is the mother, is she your wife?
No, she's not my wife. She was my girlfriend.
Okay. How is she doing?
She's still a little tore, but she's making it. She's trying to stay calm because we just, like I said, we just recently had a child. She had to go, really go in labor early because all the stress that was going down. She had that baby the same night that all of this happened.
That is a man who is now charged with homicide by child abuse, as we know now, and destruction and desecration of human remains, as was just tacked on today. Michelet Harris also faces those same Michelet Herring also faces those same charges, plus filing a false police report. And I know some people were sending it in the comments, and Will kind of touched on it before we listened to that interview, but that interview gets harder and harder to listen to. And Will, I think this interview is kind of a turning point. Will's on the phone. We'll get to him later. But I think this interview was a turning point for a lot of people. So for the first 24, 36 hours that we've been covering this, people were saying, where are the parents? Where are the parents? Where are the parents? We finally get a chance to talk to one of the parents. And as you heard in that interview, talking about Javeayah in past tense, stuttering a lot. The story was kind of here, kind of there. And it's easy for us to sit back now and nitpick on the story. But
want to know someone's criminal past?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Not about the criminal past thing, but yeah, I guess some of these people, yeah. But yeah, it is easy. It's easy. Hindsight is always going to be perfect, vision. It's going to be easier for us to be the outside looking into things, right? Or in on them. So I know it's going to keep getting worse, Holly. I think so too. I think we're going to really have to buckle up and see what happens here, because I believe that at some point we will know the details. I think that law enforcement is happy to be transparent in this case, although they are trying to, keep some things close to the vest on the investigation. But look, at this point, we have exactly what we need. We have the two people who are involved and who carried out these heinous acts in custody, and they're awaiting justice. So at this point, they have found little Javeayah, part of her, to indicate that she is in fact deceased and that she is in fact no longer with us. So they have done a wonderful job, and this is in a week's time frame, right? They were making shit happen on a Sunday, a holiday weekend. They didn't care. Justice was not waiting. Justice was in their faces. I think he already did flip on her too. And I think that was part of, the whole thing. And she may have guilt because she may have been the one to dole out all the punishments. I'm thinking that is more accurate. But the fact that he would continue to stick with her and do, again, I know she's pregnant. So, girl, it is raining turds. I mean, unbelievable. I mean, I'm wondering about that too, Holly. I mean, is this their first? Because, they're 22 and 23, I believe. Or, no, it's 22 and 23 years old. So they're young, but they're not that young. It's not like we're dealing with 17-year-olds or 18-year-olds that were playing house right off the bat and something awful, had happened. I think it will come out. I do. I think it will come out, Lori, because law enforcement is making it their business to keep the integrity of the investigation whilst telling the public what we're actually dealing with here. And I can't say how awesome they are enough, because they've just done exactly what we need to see happening.
Again, harder to listen to. And Sydney, you've been on this since day one, since minute one. You were the first one out there, and have been sticking with this for the past week plus. As you learn more details about this, take us through it. You've heard the 911 call. You've heard the father's interview. You've listened to the sheriff. You've spoken to the community. Take us through the past week.
Yeah, every chapter that keeps turning in this story, Nick, gets more and more painful to listen to. And like I said, Sheriff Sawyer, how he started this news conference today with those strong words saying that he's not going to refer to the two of them as mom and dad because he says that they did not deserve those titles, I think really set the tone for today, the somberness that everyone here felt. Certainly all of the dozens of investigators that were standing behind the sheriff, I was watching their faces as Sheriff Sawyer was reading the horrific details of this case, and I can only imagine the toll that this has taken on them because they put countless hours and manpower into finding Javeayah. They started that from the night that 911 call was made, filling up that church parking lot that they used as a staging area for 4 days, going in and out in this brutal heat. It was hot last week, dangerous temperatures we're talking here, but that did not stop them from going out and searching for Javeayah. So hearing the dad's interview that we just listened to. And
oh my gosh, that is such a great point. It didn't stop anybody, guys, and we're under a heat advisory today. I just got a shift over to a thunderstorm warning for us. But like they have continuously, and guys, it's so hot even today, even at this press conference, you could tell, it's hot, it's humid. Yeah, they did not waver in their dedication. They did not. That's a true hero.
That 911 call, I was listening to that call for the first time on Monday while also reading the warrants and just hearing the two different stories that the warrants told me and versus that 911 call. And Will, you and I talked about this as well, just a night and day scenario there. Knowing what we know now, it breaks your heart to think about that, and it certainly breaks this community's heart. Seeing how many people showed up today to listen to these updates again goes to show you how much of a heart this community has for this little girl who she didn't know any of us, obviously, and we did not know her prior to 2 weeks ago, but now we all certainly know who she is. You can't go online without seeing her name or face or just any sort of thing that reminds you of her, whether it be Pink or Minnie Mouse, and just
what? I just got a loan for $5,000.
My goodness, it's just, and that's so true. If you go on Facebook, I know my Facebook feed is just full of different things about Javeayah Harris. And that's
the day that we go out to the memorial.
We expect to see that from the community and the outpouring of, hope, love, and care for, these people. Oh, Paige, I would have been on earlier, but I did fall asleep. I didn't have any coffee. I thought I had more coffee pods and I ran out of coffee pods. So I was just going to chug some coffee and then stay up. But then I ended up falling asleep as I waited I was trying so hard. But yes, I did actually. But yeah, and here lately, I was just exhausted because I've been trying to keep, my eyes peeled for updates. And I knew that this was going to bring something in. And I was just like, I got to cover it when they come on. But I missed it by a couple hours. So I figured I'd fire up a live and talk about it. But this is the press conference too. So they're talking afterwards.
Outside of her house too, that's just a very chilling scene there, seeing how much love this community has for her and how they want to make sure that that love is shown there with the stuffed animals, with the flowers, with the candles.
Yeah, and for our live shot at noon in our midday show, we're actually going to go over to that house so we can show you how that memorial has grown. So if you guys want to pop over to our newscast in about 45 minutes or so. We'll be live there at noon, and you can watch it here also on our website too. So we'll be over there, show you a little bit about what's happened over the last couple of days. I'm assuming there's going to be people dropping things off, especially after the news that we got today. I can't imagine that the people that were here are going to not stop by the home, pay their respects, maybe drop something off too. But it's just been a really emotional morning here, and learning what we know now after a week of all of this.
Hey,
more than a
Will,
week.
Will, quick question for you. We just listened to the dad's interview, and I know you spoke to him obviously last Thursday, and I was telling the viewers, and I was telling Sid, I think that was a turning point for a lot of people. The fact that he was referring to Javeayah in the past tense, the fact that he was having a hard time forming sentences, never once said, "We just want our baby home." I think that was an eye-opening interview for a lot of people. When you look back at that now, I mean, with the information we know now, that interview is hard to listen to.
It really is, and I didn't catch it when I first interviewed him about him speaking in past tense, and a lot of you on the internet had actually pointed that out. I went back and listened to it and said, oh, wow. And I know that we went on the air on Thursday last week, and we were out at the command center. I was with Brett Buffington, and we both had talked about how it seemed like he was really emotional in that phone interview, and listening to it back the second, third time, and then now I've heard that 20 plus times at this point, and it changes every single time I listen to it. And of course, now knowing what we know now, we can analyze that a little bit better and say how we're feeling and what we heard. And yeah, it's disturbing to hear that story, and he was having trouble coming up with the story that he was telling me. And who knows if he went to the laundromat? Who know? I mean, that story could very well have been true. We don't know. It could allegedly been planned beforehand. Who knows? And that's what law enforcement is going to have to find out, and maybe that'll come out later in court or as the investigation wraps up. That could be years. So, yeah, when you look at that and you hear what he had to say, and then I was supposed to meet up with him that same afternoon, and I called him at 3 o'clock at our meeting spot, and to be fully transparent, I haven't really said where I was supposed to meet him. I've talked to a few people offline about all of this, and I was supposed to meet him at the hospital where his girlfriend had given birth to their newborn baby. I was supposed to meet him at Aiken Regional Hospital, so I was there at 3, and I think it's safe to say now that when we did pull up, I did see an FBI agent, one of them, come out of the main entrance of that hospital. So I don't know why they were there. I can only assume, but I was supposed to meet him at Aiken Regional to speak with him on camera. It was at 3 o'clock. I called him at 3. He said, hello. I said, hey, this is Will with News 12. Immediately hung up on me. So no other contact after that. And then shortly after that, 2 days later, they were arrested and charged with homicide by child abuse and the death and disappearance of Javeayah, their daughter. So that gives you a little bit of insight and perspective of what I was trying to gather before we knew what we know now. And yeah, looking back on that, it is absolutely brutal, and it's heartbreaking.
Wow, he says absolutely brutal, and it's heartbreaking. I'm sorry I cut him off at the end there. I'll rewind back just a teeny bit. Wow, so he's saying that he was supposed to, because he kept saying, and we've, in our coverage here too, because we've been covering WRDW, and wow, he was like, yeah, so I was supposed to meet him at Aiken Regional Hospital, but he flaked on me. And he did say earlier too that he had, tried to call him from the location, and he answered and hung up right away. We did know that already, but not the fact that he was going up to the hospital to interview them, and, quite possibly being able to get, mom's on-camera interview. I've never been in this situation myself, in terms of being pregnant and reporting my child missing, and then being pregnant with my other child and giving birth. And then, but I will tell you, it would stop me from my hospital bed to do a public plead for information for my little girl to come home, any of that. So very interesting that they flaked on Will. Of course, we know why now.
Breaking.
Yeah, and that's a word that
say how we're feeling and what we heard. And yeah, it's disturbing to hear that story. And he was having trouble coming up with the story that he was telling me. And who knows if he went to the laundromat? Who know? I mean, that story could very well have been true. We don't know. It could allegedly been planned beforehand. Who knows? And that's what law enforcement is going to have to find out. And maybe that'll come out later in court or as the investigation wraps up. That could be years. So, yeah, when you look at that and you hear what he had to say, and then I was supposed to meet up with him that same afternoon, and
whoa, what's that? I just put the budgeting app in.
I called him at 3 o'clock at our meeting spot, and to be fully transparent, I haven't really said where I was supposed to meet him. I've talked to a few people offline about all of this, and I was supposed to meet him at the hospital where his girlfriend had given birth, to their newborn baby. I was supposed to meet him at Aiken Regional Hospital, so I was there at 3, and I think it's safe to say now that when we did pull up, I did see an FBI agent, one of them, come out of the main entrance of that hospital. So I don't know why they were there. I can only assume, but I was supposed to meet him at Aiken Regional to speak on camera. It was at 3. Called him at 3. He said, hello. I said, hey, this is Will with News 12. Immediately hung up on me. So no other contact after that. And then shortly after that, 2 days later, they were arrested and charged with homicide by child abuse and the death and disappearance of Javeayah, their daughter. So that gives you a little bit of insight and perspective of what I was trying to gather before we knew what we know now. And yeah, looking back on that, it is absolutely brutal and it's heartbreaking.
Yeah, and that's a word that keeps coming around with this, right? Heartbreaking, and then another one is crazy, insane. I mean, this is stuff you just don't see, you don't hear about. And it really shows that there is some evil out there. And we are seeing that with what happened to Javeayah. And I don't want to touch on the negative too much. It's so easy to. But Sydney, you touched on this a lot, and the sheriff touched on it too, is the positive, the people who have really rallied behind Javeayah, not just in that neighborhood, not just people who knew her, everybody rallying behind this little girl.
Yeah, because you have to think about, I'm going to start with the people who are out searching for her. So on the law enforcement side of things, you got to think there's a good bit of mothers and fathers, grandparents, aunts and uncles in that bunch, and as well as the people who have come out to the memorial. They are also parents and grandparents. So they look at Javeayah, at her face, and they think, what if that was my child? They put on the parent hat, and that's really what tugs at their heartstrings, I've come to find out here. And seeing the parents and grandparents who have brought their kids and grandkids out to the memorial to leave some toys behind for Javeayah, I go back to when that memorial first started. There was nothing there but a couple of flowers and a gray stuffed elephant. And
we thought that was great at the time, right?
Yeah, we thought that was a sweet gesture, and it certainly was. And we spoke to the person who left that behind, and they told us that they wanted to go out with their grandchild because their grandchild said that they wanted to leave that stuffed animal behind so Javeayah could have some toys. And certainly that message has spread, and it's a beautiful thing to witness how
she went, and allegedly, guys, that what I heard that this little girl went and when she heard about Javeayah, she went into her room right away and grabbed this little stuffed animal that was her favorite one and wanted to give that one to Javeayah. I mean, out of the mouths of babes, these little ones over here showing compassion, showing that they are selfless, right? And showing that even the smallest of us humans is out there caring for this other very small little human that will always be 4 years old. Heartbreaking.
How these kids care about her. I mean, a lot of the kids that I saw show up yesterday were what I can assume to be close in age to her, just little girls leaving behind Minnie Mouse dolls. I saw a couple Winnie the Poohs and various plush toys there, and also the balloons as well. Saw a couple of tiaras. So, little girl toys. And a woman that I spoke to yesterday made a good point where she said,
oh my gosh, yes, I did see the tiaras as well.
These toys should be given to Javeayah for Christmas or her birthday, not to set up a memorial for her. So again, just some strong words from this community here as they grieve this little girl who they didn't know, she didn't know them, but their heart is forever with her, Nick.
Yeah, and that is what we're seeing right now on your screen, is that memorial continuing to grow, and we can only imagine it may even continue to grow more over the next few days as this case continues. People wearing pink, we saw the sheriff's office wearing their pink. We all wore it here at News 12 yesterday in support of Javeayah, and I think we said together we hoped and together we mourn, and that's kind of been what's going on, not just in that community, but us here at the station and people really around the country. This story has caught on all over the country. People are picking this up and been praying for Javeayah and her safe return, and then praying that they find her remains, and now praying that justice is done for these parents, for Javeayah Harris and Michelle Herring, who again are charged with homicide by child abuse. Herring is also charged with filing a false police report for that 911 call where she sounded very frantic, but now we know that was all fabricated. And then today, the sheriff said they got tacked on desecration and destruction of human remains. That is the new charge. Because again, if you are just joining us, we'll recap this a little bit, and then in a minute, we'll actually play the full news conference from Sheriff Marty Sawyer. But to highlight a couple things here real quick, he did thank the community for all.
Okay, guys, since we've watched all of this, I want to change gears and see if we can't find the rest of the coverage that was supposed to happen at noon. But definitely go back, because I just want to make sure that we're kind of keeping a good pace going here, because I also want to come back for night court. So, and I don't think these littles will, my PTSD, because because of the example their parents are setting for them, and that's the biggest thing. My PTSD says, let's hope these children don't lose that compassion in heart as they grow in this world. I mean, the world can make us better, though, right? And it doesn't always matter what our parents have taught us. That is very true. I hope not either. Here we go. I'm going to play just a little of this while I'm looking.
Of their support, and people thanked the sheriff's office right back. I want to point that out too. He also said he won't refer to the two people on your screen here charged with homicide by child abuse as Javeayah's parents, won't refer to them as mom and dad, mother, father. He says they don't deserve that title. He also says they used corrosive chemicals to destroy Javeayah's body and tools to destroy Javeayah's body. Again, they believe she's been dead for about a month. We've reported on that from the last news conference that they had. And then he says they poured Javeayah's remains into Cedar Creek Reservoir up in Fairfield County. So that is not something you hear, not the verbiage you tend to hear when disposing of somebody's remains. You don't often hear pouring out somebody's remains. So that is, I think that strikes a nerve with a lot of people. And so that's what they've been charged with. Let's go ahead, and the sheriff could say it better than I can. So let's go ahead and play the sheriff's news conference here. It runs about 9 minutes or so, and then we'll talk about it.
Good morning. I'm Marty Sawyer, and I'm the sheriff in Aiken County. Thank you for being here today, especially the citizens of Aiken that's come in. Thank you for being here. And I'm here to provide an update on the investigation that we've been investigating the death of 4-year-old Javeayah Harris. These updates never get easier to share. This past week has been heart-wrenching for everyone, but we've seen an outpouring of support in Aiken County and a massive.
Okay, guys, and I don't want to interrupt Marty here, Mr. Marty, but I'm going to because I see that there is an update that we don't want to miss out on here. So Javeayah's parents have been brought back into court, probably because their charges have been trumped up. And so let me go ahead and pull this in for us really quick. Here's cold ass mama here. She is cold. Oh, cold as ice, willing to sacrifice everything. My, oh my. Okay. So let me go ahead and switch gears here. We got Javeayah's parents return to court. There we go. All right, so I got my full screen on. All right, and Sebastian was in the care of KP, and she was the last one to see him. She needs to be held accountable. Paige, absolutely. Absolutely. And we're going to continue on to compare these cases because, I'm always covering Sebastian's case. We're always going to be making these connections and seeing these patterns in true crime. And I believe that Katie and this mother are very much alike. The coldness, the calculated, the attitude, the anger, the abuse. Yeah. Yeah. They're definitely in the same category, I believe. All right, let's watch.
Charges of homicide by child abuse. I do find that you probably qualify for a court-appointed attorney. You need to contact the public defender's office, and that number is on the paperwork. Your first court appearance is scheduled for August 28th at 9 a.m. Your second appearance is October 23rd at 10 a.m. Initial and sign where it's highlighted yellow. You will get a copy of everything you sign. Victim services. All right, if appropriate, based on you being in the jail, and if you can comply with DSS, that's a condition. All right, based on the totality of the circumstances, I do find that you're a flight risk and a danger to the community, and I'm going to deny your bond. Thank you.
Oh, she said, okay. She was straight forward to the point. Okay. We are going to deny your bond because you're a flight risk and you're a fucking menace to society. All right, let's listen to that one again.
The circumstances, I do find that you're a flight risk and a danger to the community, and I'm going to deny your bond. Thank you.
That's a slam dunk.
He's got it now. I'll give it to you.
I mean, Lori, justice has been swift. Justice has been swift. I love it. I love this because we do not need to be messing around, causing all kinds of, worse chaos in this shit. Get to the point. You are a flight risk. You are a danger to society. Go on. Go back to your fucking timeout. Go back to adult timeout, because we don't need you around here gumming up the works in the court system. We know you're guilty. Oh, that was great. I mean, that happened in 4 seconds?
Back full, and nobody does it. You've been watching. That was Shayla Harris, 22 years old, making a court appearance there on a destruction and desecration of human remains charge in front of the judge there. You're watching as we queue up there in the box the second court appearance. That is for Javeayah Harris's father, Javeayah Harris. And that is what we are watching happen now. I can tell you, though, in just the last few minutes you watched as that court appearance was happening, this was unlike we saw over the weekend where the judge was unable to set a bond in a murder charge. This judge saying in this charge here this afternoon that she found she found Michaela Herring a danger to the community and denied her bond. Let's look at this. Is Javeayah Harris now making his court appearance on that same charge.
You can have a seat. State your name for the record, please.
Javeayah Harris.
Mr. Harris, you have a right to a jury trial. You have a right and an obligation to attend all court proceedings. If you do not show for a court date, a bench warrant may be issued for your arrest. You may be tried in your absence, or you may face additional charges. If your charges are dismissed or you are found not guilty, you have a right to have them expunged, which means they would come off your record. You have a right to represent yourself, hire an attorney, or see if you qualify for a court-appointed attorney, which we will start in just a moment, but you will need to contact the public defender's office yourself to see if you qualify. This charge will be heard in general sessions, therefore you're entitled to what is called a preliminary hearing. A preliminary hearing does not determine guilt or innocence, but determines if probable cause exists to move forward with your case. If you would like a preliminary hearing, you need to submit the form I'm going to give you, notice of preliminary hearing, within 10 days of today. You're charged with destruction of human remains, which carries a mandatory 1 year up to 10 years and will be heard in general sessions court. The first set of forms is a checklist of the rights I gave you. The next set of forms is more information about your rights to an attorney. Do you want me to see if I think you qualify for a court-appointed attorney?
No, ma'am.
You're going to hire an attorney?
I have a lawyer already.
Okay.
He has a lawyer already. That's interesting.
Your first court appearance is scheduled for August 28th at 9 a.m. Your second appearance is October 23rd at 10 a.m. Initial and sign where it's highlighted yellow. You will get a copy of everything you sign.
Yes, ma'am.
Victim services.
Yes, ma'am. Just asking that he complies with DSS.
Yes, ma'am. Can you hear me?
Yeah, you're to comply with DSS requirements.
Lock him up and throw away the key, right, Detroit? That judge was not playing. She's so pissed. I mean, it's infuriating. It's infuriating, these two.
All right, based on the totality of the circumstances, I do find that you're a flight risk and a danger to the community, and I'm going to deny your bond.
Hello, Itchy Mama.
You were just watching Michaela Herring and Javeayah Harris making their first court appearance on this new charge, destruction of human remains. The sheriff announcing that this morning in a press conference there in Aiken County. They believe now, we've learned in a warrant, that little Javeayah Harris died on June 8th, 2026. Parents there then, after not reporting a head injury, failing to call 911, getting the little girl help, used some type of chemical to dissolve the best they could her body, take her to a reservoir, and pour her, the sheriff said, into the water there. They have used DNA in the remains that they have been able to find to link them back to these two parents. The sheriff saying today that Cedar Creek Reservoir was where they found her remains. Said they were extensive and deliberate efforts made to destroy and conceal evidence and hide Javeayah's death.
Okay, guys, and we hear this, right? We hear this, that June 8th is the date that they're thinking this all happened. So that is about a month from when she was reported missing, which was June 30th, all in 2026. So, hey, Metal Dust, I'm glad this woman made the false 911 call, because not only what happened to Javeayah was uncovered, but her newborn will not be in danger by being in their custody. Boom, Metal Dust. Exactly. Thank you so much. Again, another silver lining. We have to look at the silver linings, right? And we have to see where we went right, things that we went wrong on, try to fix them. And I agree there that thank God that other little baby is hopefully safe and sound with her family members. Yes, Lori poured her. I know. I know. It's awful. Aw, thank you, Jill. Hey, yes, no. We have just been going over the press conference, and some new details, some of the things that were being shared by Will Rio and his conversation with the Pollyanna Papa over here, which I think is just as guilty as Mama Momster, right? But oh, it's just awful. And Witchy Mama, I did not make it. I did not make it. But we're definitely getting caught up on all of this coverage now. So yeah, bunch of ass hats we're dealing with. Hey, Astro Train, good to see you. She just continuously was beating her about the head. That was her go-to spot to hit Javeayah, was in her face and her head, which is just god awful. Sick fucks. Exactly, Lori. Exactly. I mean, anybody that can do this, just horrific. I'm glad they trumped the charges up. I'm glad we're awaiting the solicitor's office to see if they are going to put the death penalty on the table.
37 years, the sheriff says he's never heard or seen anything so horrific as this case, saying that he will not call them mom, he will not call them dad, father, or mother. They do not deserve that title. Again, you're watching an exclusive video just now of the first court appearance, if you will, for the parents of Javeayah Harris. That is Javeayah.
And Javeayah obviously just turned 4. So, they barely raised her to 4 years, but you got the dad talking about how he raised somebody. Are you kidding me?
Harris and Michaela Herring now charged with destruction of human remains. It is a charge that carries up to 10 years in prison. Unlike the court appearance that we saw over the weekend, this was not a judge who simply could not set a bond. A bond here was denied because they were, quote, a flight risk and a danger to the community. We will have much more on this story coming up on the news at 4 o'clock.
The bond was denied.
Thank you for watching.
Right? Bond denied. Denied, because we need justice. We're ready for some justice. Okay, so let's see what we got. They got some more coverage. I think this was the newest video. I don't know if they're live right now. I'm not sure if they would appreciate me, stream sniping them. So I don't want to be rude or anything, but they've just done such great coverage, and it's just giving us up to date, live updates. It's just all we can ask for. So yeah, it doesn't appear that they ended up going back out to the vigil. There is a vigil right now. Also, let me see if I can't find an update on Javeayah. Let's see if we can't find another update on other news channels just to get a good idea and before I get off, because then we're going to come back. I also have some great video for Sebastian's case to show you guys tonight. So definitely come back for night court around 11:45 tonight. I might even do 11:30. Oh, good, Gina. Glad you're back. Yeah, so I want to put that out tonight. It'll be great. We'll be able to see that. And let's see. Oh, the sheriff is just amazing. Okay, where's Javeayah, newborn sister? Family Speaks 7 hours ago. Let's look at this. Where is the baby? And I also posted or reposted ways to help the family. I wish there was a legit GoFundMe, because I'm sure there's a lot of you out there with your big old hearts that would like to give to that cause. Again, So I'll try to, I'll try to see what I come up with, but I'm going to make sure I double check it for everybody, because I know you guys do that. You do that of the kindness of your hearts, because you guys are wonderful people, and we just want to make sure that it's a legit cause going to the people who we think it's going to go to, right? I mean, we can't control what they do with it thereafter, but at least we can do our due diligence before sharing and all that. Okay, here we go. This is where is Javeayah Harris, Harris's newborn sister, family friend speaks. Oh, sorry. I might want to put the volume on.
And for the first time, we are hearing from a close friend of Javeayah Harris's paternal grandmother, that grandmother who is the mother of Javeayah's father, Javeayah Harris, now in custody of the newborn baby. And she shares with Michaela hearing. Today, Billie Jean Shaw at our sister station in Columbia sat down exclusively with Justin Singletary, who grew up in the small town of Great Falls, where Javeayah's parents are from, and says it's been difficult watching the investigation unfold. He says he has been in daily contact with Javeayah's grandmother, trying to keep her spirits lifted. Singletary says she's trying to cope with unimaginable loss and says the family is still searching for answers and leaning on the community support.
A sad situation, knowing definitely the grandma, she's a sweet person. Always, love on people, wave at you when she sees you, and to kind of know, that she's going through this is pretty sad, and it's hard. And we just wish we could make it better for her.
Well, and I agree. I don't think the grandmother, and that's the Jamaria's mother that they're speaking of. I mean, you can't tell really by somebody's Facebook. They're going to put the happiest, their best foot forward, all that good stuff. But in the same way, she did seem like she was a loving person, and that she had like friends in the community and different things and people and everything like that, So with that being said, I think that this person coming out, I appreciate that. And I think that, we can't just blame it on, we have to focus our anger and harness our negative energy for good. Right. And that's what I struggle to do. As I said, I'd like to knock people around when I see this crap going on, but you can't do that.
Secretary also telling WIS Javeayah's grandmother is asking for community support as she is raising the baby girl. Michaela Herring gave birth to the same day investigators say she falsely reported Javeayah missing. They are hosting a donation drive that is happening this Saturday from 11 a.m. until 4 p.m. at Divine Oasis Salon and Spa on Two Notch Road in Columbia.
Sometimes life. So that's very, very good. Very, very good that they're doing that. We need that to happen for this family. We need them to get support. It's important. Oh, there's Justin. He is covering. Heart-wrenching. We already know all of that. So yes, and if you're in the area, and shout out to Guilty of a Crime. I saw Guilty of a Crime left me a comment. Thank you, Guilty of a Crime. You're awesome, girl. I love you. Let's see. I'm thinking we're up to date, guys, on what we're looking at. Okay, maybe this is one we can watch though for right quick. Hold on a second. Okay.
We begin in Aiken County tonight, where the search continues for little Javeayah Harris. Over the weekend, authorities announcing they believe the 4-year-old is dead and her parents are charged in the case. Our Mike White has been tracking that story from the beginning. Joins us live now in Aiken County with the very latest on this. Mike, what did you find out today?
Yeah, Brian, as you see right behind me here is the memorial outside of Javeayah's home. It's piling up with Minnie Mouse balloons, stuffed animals, and candles and flowers to pay their respects to the 4-year-old. Now, I spoke to some people in the area this afternoon. Some say that they never saw the family, and those who did tell me that they saw them say that it's been a month or so since they last saw the family. Now, the search has extended into Fairfield County after authorities said on Saturday that the information they have leads them to believe that Harris is dead.
She was only 4, and it's just not right.
People paying their respects to 4-year-old Javeayah Harris. On Wednesday, hundreds of people placing flowers, candles, and Minnie Mouse-themed balloons and stuffed animals outside her Hillsborough Street home in Aiken. The little girl's parents are charged in her death and disappearance.
Moms are supposed to love and protect their children from any harm, not cause the harm themselves.
I have PCOS, and that is a struggle with fertility. So when things of this nature happens in my community, I take it very hard.
On Tuesday, authorities searching around Javeayah's Hillsborough Street home for any kind of evidence. The video you're looking at is from Tuesday's search. As of Wednesday, the search for Javeayah's body has stretched into Fairfield County.
When they find that little girl's body, they should get the stuff from here and bring it to her grave.
This should be balloons that should be for her birthday party.
On Saturday, authorities announced that Javeayah's mother and father were arrested and charged with homicide by child abuse. Sheriff Marty Sawyer also saying on Saturday that authorities believe the 4-year-old has been dead for at least a month.
Seeing what happened, hearing what happened to this little girl, I don't understand how a parent of any kind could do something this horrendous.
And they're not parents. And, Marty Sawyer said it, very well. They are not parents.
Now, the Aiken County Sheriff's Office will be hosting a news conference tomorrow at 10:30 a.m. to talk about this case. Watch Fox will be streaming that on our website, and you can watch it as it happens. Reporting in Aiken County, Mike White. Watch Fox News, local first.
All right, so great coverage there. Appreciate it. Let's see. We did watch that press conference. Some shorts. It's a day ago. Yeah, so I think we're pretty much up to date on all of that. Oh, except for we got an 11 minutes ago. Let's check it. 7 views only.
We begin with Ryan Lynch, who is in Aiken. Sheriff Sawyer holding a news conference there today, as you just saw. We'll have a vigil shortly. Ryan, we'll begin our coverage with you.
Law enforcement has recovered the human remains of 4-year-old Javeayah Harris. Sheriff Sawyer says they were found in a body of water outside of Aiken County.
That a few human remains were recovered in an area known as Cedar Creek Reservoir, also known as Stumpy Pond in Fairfield County.
The sheriff says chemicals and other tools were used to destroy the little girl's body before her parents poured what was left into the body of water. Sheriff Sawyer also talked about how he feels about Michaela Herring and Javeayah Harris.
There's some very harsh words that I would like to use about Javeayah and Michaela and their actions. But I will not do that. But I will tell you this. I will not refer to them as mom and dad or mother or father. They don't deserve that title.
Father, her spirit is back with you now.
Yes.
She out of all the pain, all the abuse, Father.
Yes.
And she rests in a heavenly holy place.
People from the Aiken area showed up to show their support for law enforcement and Javeayah.
It's important because he's a child. And not only that, life is for us to cherish, not for someone to take it away.
Members of the Aiken County Sheriff's Office wore pink at the news conference.
Everybody's put on Facebook to wear pink. The pink's their favorite color. We just thought it would be, I mean, we care about her like everybody else does.
Herring and Harris remain in the Aiken County Detention Center without bond. They both will face an additional charge of destruction and desecration of human remains. Live in Aiken, Ryan Lynch, WJBF.
Yeah, you got that right. Metal Dust, I think that's a great point. Metal Dust says something more was going on with this sweet little girl, in my opinion. Why go through so much to get rid of her and evidence? They didn't want something more uncovered. I believe that that is a strong possibility. I do. I do. And we are going to revisit that tonight with you. So thank you so much for getting those links over to me, because and I put it in the chat so you guys can take a look at that. It's a big eye-opening 136-page document, and that is about the RFT schools, right? Or excuse me, RTF schools, right? The United States Senate has done this, and there's links within there and all kinds of things for us to look at. But where it's warehouses of neglect and how taxpayers are funding systematic abuse in youth residential treatment facilities. Treatment facilities I use lightly. It's a Senate committee finance staff report, and again I'll put that in there as well, so you guys can see that too. And go over those documents, because of course we're probably not going to just do that with me just reading you the documents, because it could kind of get to the point where we're like Ferris Bueller and I'm up here like Bueller, right? Because it's difficult. But what I'd like to do is piece it out and make it more digestible or palatable or whatever they call it. So they're lousy as hell. Abuse up the wazoo, right? I mean, left, right, center, and otherwise. He's one great sheriff. I agree. And there's got to be. Well, when we look at these cases too, Metal Dust, it's almost like when there's overkill, right? This would be going to great lengths, right? So. It is a good word for it. Exactly, Holly. And that shows that they know exactly what the hell is happening too. Exactly what is happening. Let's see. Like I said, every time I think I've got it all, we've got more. Dynamic Reason Channel, he does a great job. I shared one of his out. Let's see. Lots of coverage for this little girl. Lots of love and support. Got Pascal. 2 days ago, no. 8 hours ago, we got law enforcement, no. Because we already saw that. So let me get to getting our videos together for night court tonight. And I'll be back to discuss these, more on Javeayah's case, but then also we'll talk about the RTF and how the RTF schools and how they're connected to Sebastian Rogers' case, in my opinion. I always want people to understand that the only way that Sebastian would have ever gotten into, or Katie and Chris would ever be notified about Bledsoe Youth Academy, would be if he got a referral from DCS and the Department of Children's Services in Tennessee. That is the only way that he would have been able to get into said facility. I want you guys to think about that as we go into tonight's conversation, because I hear people trying to, say, oh no, that's, if he was in the system, we would know. Somebody would say something. No, they wouldn't. Do your research. Do your research, because you will be like I was, having to pick my jaw up off the floor And I've exposed dirty dealings and dirty deeds here. Look at, again, Harmony Montgomery with the Department of Children Family Services, CPS, whatever you want to call it. It's a failure. It's an utter flop. But it's not like they're doing anything to change it. It's not like there's any accountability. And that's the horrible, hardest part about the whole thing. So, hey, Bo. Good to see you, Bo. Hey, girl. We're going to do night court tonight. No worries. I'm glad you're here. I hope you had a good day at work. Yeah. 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 Holly. Oh my God. Right? Just Google RTF, group home, closed down, abuse in any state, and you'll be shocked. I mean, look, how many states did we touch on last night? And I was only on like the 7th page, maybe 6th page of the documents. Yeah, it was like New York, it was Oklahoma, it was, and then the real shit kicker is that these places have their home bases, right? Affiliations with Nashville, Tennessee. It's unfreaking believable. I mean, Holly, it's as if they don't want to see it. It's like, what do they call that? Cognitive dissonance. Yeah, it's like, oh, I'd rather just, I'd rather not. You know. I know, Jilly. I'm so glad I had a chance to go live today. I'm going to do more day lives because I know it's really hard for everybody, and I love having the day crew. So, um, thank you. Thanks, Bo. Yeah, sick ass monsters. I'm just glad they found her, so at least they can have some sort of, hey, Shadow. Oh no, Shadow. Um, so at least like the family can have some sort of a little bit of ease, on them, maybe a little bit of peace, but not much. But just knowing that at least they know where she is, you know. And it is Pollyanna thinking. It's enabling, isn't it, Holly? But the thing is that our tax dollars are going to fund these places. Otherwise, the federal government wouldn't be overseeing these things, the state government, all of that. So, all right, we'll see you, Lori. Love you, Lori, and thank you so much. See, and this always gets me too, Holly. When I worked as an RN, she says, in psych ward, and saw a lot of issues from those places. Kids went from bad homes to worse at the RTFs. And here's the thing too. They were saying the environments are like not even home like. So they don't even try to like structure these kids. I wonder what type of education they're getting, if any. Maybe they're learning how to touch each other in inappropriate ways and hurt each other and beat each other and all of these things. Hey, the real Me Too. It's so good to see you, the real Me Too. Can you believe this? Can you believe that this happened? I mean, we were sitting here on the live and you're like, hey, there's a little girl missing. I just can't believe. And the swift response by law enforcement. That's another thing I just can't hit home enough. They did every single thing right. It is awful, isn't it, Jilly? And that's the thing. I don't think that it's far-fetched at all that Sebastian could be in one of those places. I think it is more probable than not, in my opinion. And I think it's worth looking into. Because here's the thing. We need to look for connections to other places. And again, I want to thank Seth for bringing this conversation to light, because we wouldn't have had that. And also the real Me Too for bringing the conversation about Javeayah and her case to light. Right? Like that's the power of word of mouth. That's the power of spreading the word around and awareness. So, plus Mexico is suing for people dying in their centers. Oh, I'm sure it's horrible in other countries too. You know what I mean? Like, I bet there's less regulations in place. How horrible. And here we thought that we don't have these horrible institutions that they used to send people to, but we still do. They're just they're a little bit more cleaned up, a little bit more buttoned up and beautiful, but in the grand scheme of things, it's all the same abuse, mental, physical, sexual, the whole nine. We aren't the staff in these places like they changed under vulnerable laws. Yeah. Oh, why aren't the staff in places like charged under vulnerable laws? I do not know. I mean, they're aware of it, and many times they're just sent to a class or they're sent to another place. And we talked about that last night too, Witchy. And I know I had a really long live, but it was a really good one. Um, I might say myself, brushing my shoulder off. But it was a good live because we talked about Javeayah's case, but then we changed over to some things that we were talking about in Sebastian's case, which is, these children disappearing from these schools and running away and all this thing because they're enduring this crap. So, hmm oh, the real me too says, I knew the minute I heard the father's story, she was already gone. Isn't it just awful? I mean, and then the 911 call comes out and we're like, oh, uh-oh, you know, big uh-oh. So, yeah, guys, let's get together on that tonight. And like I said, I got a great video from Sumner County to show you guys as well. So we'll get that rolling, and yeah, it'll be a great live coming up tonight. I'll try to do 11:30, so that way it'll be a little bit earlier, 15 minutes only. But yeah, because I might not get everything done that I need to by then. So, well, fantastic, and thank you all so much for joining. Thank you all so much for caring about little Javeayah like you do and wanting to follow these stories with me. It means the world to me to have everybody here talking about her case because her story matters, and all of these kids matter. And again, thank you guys so much for bringing these cases to me, because I'm, only this one person and it takes all of us. I couldn't do this without you guys. You guys are amazing. So I love you all very, very much. And you have a great rest of your day until night court. And